よい。今だ。
Hey, Relax, how's it going? Hey, Dylan, how's it going?
よい。今だ。 了解。
Oh, I don't think you ever answered when I asked last time. When's your days off? I'm doing okay.
了解。
I would say this this week has been yeah, what's that? That sucks. This week has been pretty telling for my job at the very least. I can't say I'm particularly happy with it, but it is an easy job.
Yo. 今だ。
This in here. Just random at times. You said you own your shop, right? Or whatever. Or you, or was it a restaurant or what? You're the actual owner. So that's like a pretty big deal. But now I get why you make so much money now. Since you own a hotel. That's a very lucrative market. Yeah, I would say my... Hold on. This is so loud. Hey, Recon, how's it going? Yeah, I would say my job is easy, but frustrating. And it's entirely not the job's fault. I have seen and heard a lot of dumb shit already. There's no way around that, huh? Oh, there is. Never mind. Yeah, that's some really smart investment. I know my parents tried to do that before. But they didn't get much luck with the old house that they were renting out. But ended up not being very... Actually, ended up costing them money. They had to get rid of it. They're gonna try again with another house. But it took them like 10 years to go for it again. They're in a much better spot than before. Hey, Sequel Jack, how's it going? Yeah, I've learned I play too many gacha games, so I am going to limit myself to just Girls Frontline and Nikke. And everything. It helps me save money, which is the most important part. And maybe I'll finally be able to actually do content on Nikke. Not limit my scope like that. Well, I'm always down to try out games. And if I really like it, then that's a different story. But like I said, when it comes to Silver and Blood, I'm just not a fan of the premise. I'm not into vampire stuff. Yeah, Lord Samuel, we had a good talk about that last night. I understand the frustration. It always comes down to one thing, is what I tell people. There is... Hey Chris, how's it going? There is nothing wrong with taking a break. Or even quitting, for that matter. A company has no
良い
They don't care about your loyalty. They don't even care about your money. That's every month. That's every company. Of course it is. And you say no shit, but honestly, a lot of people do not understand that. Like, people got it in their heads, it's like, as long as they bitch hard enough or something like that, then they can make changes. Like, honestly, no. It is important to make complaints, but it is on the company to make those changes. So it's really up to them on how a game goes. You don't really have much say. You just provide feedback. That's how the relationship is. And as long as you provide the money, or if they get enough money, that's usually enough for them. Yeah, I want to make that video. Maybe not that exact title, but yeah, I do want to make that video. Hey Tax, how's it going? Because I am pretty satisfied at the moment with Nikke. Despite his ups and downs, and despite the drama right now. I guess I just learned to not give a fuck, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, Dylan, it might be because you actually own the company, pretty much. You kind of understand how the company mentality works. This is dang. This is Eva. Okay. Not having center racing kind of sucks. Yeah, the daily maintenance for Nikke is actually kind of obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish they stopped doing co-op. I think co-op is a complete and utter waste of time. And combat simulations need to, like, I don't know, not exist, I guess. Gacha skin drama. That actually got bigger than I thought it would, I'm not gonna lie. No, Histoire, I'm of the opinion that daily should just not exist in gacha games, or live service games in general. Like, sure, you can make a login bonus, but like the idea of dailies, they just kind of need to go. Like, just make them all weeklies and monthlies instead. That's what that's like the best part of Fire Emblem Heroes. Actually, they don't have any dailies. They just have weeklies and monthlies. Hey, Chamchilla. How's it going? She's blowing up now. How you all doing? I'm doing pretty good. Yesterday was pretty awful, not gonna lie. But the rest of the week was pretty good. homie.
それがしが守る
Break that bell. They're right here. I just don't need to read. I'm nearsighted, so I actually don't need my glasses. I'm planning on getting contacts soon, actually. I'm gonna replace these glasses first, and then I'm gonna get contacts. Fuck you too. It's also my fault for not having Kuihua. Yeah, infill's coming out. Ananta is technically not a gacha game now, but Ananta is coming out soon. There's also Duet Night of Business. Chaos Zero Nightmare. And people have been saying gacha games are cooked now, because people are now getting rid of the other gacha model for games. And I'm like, calm down, homie. It's good that we have variety, but I don't think gacha games are going anywhere. Just purely for the aspect of gambling. Yeah, I definitely... If I definitely had Racy, then this fight would be a lot easier. This is pretty much just a HP bloat DPS. Not even a DPS check, it's a heal check, to be honest. That's weird. Yeah, she was like not on the verge of dying. Interesting. Yes, the bear can indeed move. You know what? I totally forgot Vector has a mod. I don't think I have the means to actually get it though. And why won't you fucking heal QJ? The one who actually needs it. You're like, no, I'm gonna heal myself. What a team player. Oh, there you go. You are a team player. Good job, Abe. Yeah, I skipped a few dolls because I was trying to get some dudes, but ever since I started dedicating myself to getting all the dolls for Affinity stories, I got a good roster. And it turns out the game prefers you invest horizontally, not vertically anyways. Aside from Fukai, who's disgusting at V6. You're so fucking fat that this actually works. Choices have to be pretty particular here. He's fine like that. Let's see his moves. I don't think he has wrath right now. Yeah, he's not glowing. Here it is, that's for this. Oh, but then he does all this shit. Okay. We're going to say Sania needs it more. Oh, you love fat. Where did I come from? Fat knockers. Well, you know, I don't actually drool for that type of stuff, but I was impressed. Hey Nixon, how's it going? Like, maybe at this point I'm just too old to have those kind of reactions. But I was definitely like, wowee. Sometimes you forget I'm a decade older. I think that's a compliment, actually. I'm pretty sure that's a compliment. Have I seen that AK-12 was added to, yeah, I have. It's called Ghost Frontline Fire Control. Yeah. I think that is a very good call, and AK-12 definitely looks good, for sure. In my opinion, the more exciting news is that, I hope Striker doesn't die. Fine to do does, man. The more exciting news is that there's still gonna be a PC version. Want her an Exilian? Yeah, she will be here soon, TM. That's why I can put that. Meow. Do the thing. Yeah, she can do the thing. It is kind of crazy how good her model is, though. Also, how crazy the skins are in Fire Control. Like, have you seen most of the God skin? That one's wild. That good? No. Gotta retry.
従ってくれ。用意。今だ。
Yes, please. We should be okay though. Maybe not. That's okay. We're done anyways. It would have been nice if she would stay alive, but this is like the only time this happens. Yeah, Centaurasi are a better built Spectre, apparently. I would say the fire team is the one I neglected the most. Hey Valtor, how's it going? I think the big thing is that... Oh, yeah, if... For some context, last night I put down a tweet asking the Twitter community how they feel about Ghost Frontline 2. Overall, the reception, it appears to be lukewarm. I think only 1 or 2 people say that they are diehards at this point. But definitely on the global side, the current sentiment I'm seeing is that the game needs to actually pick up. And people want harder content. It's both of those things. That's the thing I've seen the most. And wow, what is this formation? What the fuck? But I'm thinking that perhaps, maybe, fire control will help everyone with their gameplay itch. I think it might help me as well. Because the one thing about fire control is that at least it'll be very active in terms of the gameplay. It just need to make sure that the PC version is good. Because I don't think the community is prone to actually playing shooters on mobile. I don't think we have that type of community, in my opinion. I was reading chat, almost got caught. Yeah, it will eventually pick up, but it's like Deep Oblivion. I feel like the smart move right now would be to make Deep Oblivion right after this event with Jiangyu. Because a lot of people are disappointed with the Jiangyu event, and I understand why. It's a pretty bad story with no real effort in it. The big thing is just that at least Jiangyu is heavily featured in other events, so they probably didn't feel like they needed to make a big event for Jiangyu. But it also served as a major disappointment because it didn't move the story anywhere. And it was like the biggest filler of fillers. Like actually one of the worst fillers we've ever gotten. So I think they got complacent with her. And they kind of forgot that Global isn't that in tune with what's going on in the CN, and they don't really know what's coming up next. Or maybe they just that detached from Global. They just see money and they're like, oh yeah, we should like do things for Global. Yeah, I'm not sure where the headspace is, but I would say overall not doing anything with Jiangyu was a mistake. And in order to fix that mistake, they really need to put DO next. I don't think Florence will serve as a good story when people aren't in the mood for another filler, even though Florence is the last filler. Like, Florence actually is the last filler plot that we have. And then from that point forward, they have to go, they have to push the main story with the rest of their stuff. Oh, oopsies, thank you for that. Or opsies? Is it oopsies or opsies? But I appreciate that. I actually did develop a narration voice. Art. It's also, I also call it the phone voice because I use the same voice for my calls as well at my job. Well, Jiangyu, thanks for the oh, Dylan, thanks for the gift this sub. And congratulations to, I just lost the name. It doesn't say it on my thing. I think it was Dovinyu or Vu. I appreciate that. Also, I agree. Jiangyu's story, when I read it on the CN side, was, I agree, it was very bad. Disappointingly bad. I'll skip Florence for Apple Croissant. Yeah, they can do that. It wouldn't affect anything if they decide to delay it for that long. I don't think they need to, though. But they should do, like, in my honest opinion, they need to do Deep Oblivion into Lena. Yeah, no, actually, no. Actually, yes, Deep Oblivion into Lena, into Lainey. It needs to be that. If it's not that, they're fucking dumb. Just saying. They need back-to-back bangers.
Yoi.
I think that's everything. It is actually. Okay. Hey, Mr. Intrinsic. Then they're not doing that. Oh, that's the unfortunate part. You can always count on Nikke to not do the right thing. Oh, Land. Yeah, I guess Land also counts as a filler event. But what happens in hers is like as important as Nikita's. And I'll say Nikita's was not filler. That Nikita's event was actually a very important backstory. And I think Lin is on that same level.
Yoi.
Here, bitch. Global exclusive to also M200. You know what? They haven't teased anything whatsoever about M200. It's been all Sakura or Shiki. I don't know if that is intentional or not. So the funny part is that Linus Rewrite is already out on CN. It's been out for a couple of months now. But I decided to not read it. I want to save that for Global.
Yoi.
Yeah, they tease M200 like with the silhouettes, but there has been like no other teasing besides that, while Sakura has had a lot of stuff by comparison. And I think that just gives off the idea that Sakura is coming first, and then M200 will come later, and therefore they're not really working on M200.
Yoi.
Who and why? The new profile picture? You mean on YouTube? Yeah, that's Lunacia. As for the why, it's because I like Lunacia. I like crazy women. It's bad. The Helen event will be dubbed. Or voiced is a better way to put it, because you know dubbed can be something else too. You have no. But you just have like no visual. Interesting. Anything here? No, guess not.
Yoi.
I wonder if this section's bored. There's like we have no visual lines. What the hell?
Yoi.
Oh, these motherfuckers again. Okay. There's a green beret. Oh, that's Tania, also known as Dutch Skin. She's cute. She's a cutie patootie.
了解よい
You know what? Instead of seeing the word throat, sometimes I see the word throat. And so I see deviant throat. Not sure that means anything. Just wanted to hear that.
よいわかった首にしめたわかった動くなそのまま
You know what? Yeah, that does sound like a gamer tag. You're totally right about that.
了解 従ってくれ
Let's do this.
今だ
I don't know. They have this in every stage. They're not hard either, which is the funny part. It was a waste of time. If only Global had AK-15 now. Man, look at all the damage they're not doing. I'm pretty sure at this point I can auto it. But the AI might be retarded, so I might as well keep doing manual. Now I can do auto and be fine. Hopefully. Now, if they start attacking the freeze balls. Oh my god. I hate all of you. Stop it. Please, fuck off. Oh my god. With you, it makes sense because you literally can't do anything. She's just completely and utterly stuck. Yeah, it's a good thing that, you know, you just can't die to freeze balls, you just get stuck. Like how Stetskin is right now. Oh, I got a curio. That's nice for... That's nice for the eventual prestige levels that will come to global in like 6 months. Sorry about discussing earlier, but I've been struggling with my interest in the game for the past month or so. Oh no, you can keep talking about that. That's totally fine. Like me personally, balls. Me personally, I am A-okay with the game right now. If you've seen any of my past Twitter posts, you will actually my videos in general, that discusses the game instead of just about lore, you would know my opinion on this game overall. It's hard carried by the story. It's hard carried by the story. The gameplay is not hitting that well, but my favorite mode is actually this mode. I think this mode is actually great, and they need to expand it more. They did expand on it a little bit, but it's kind of, there needs more, needs a bit more meat to the bones. You know what I mean? Like if they converted the entire game to this system and expanded on it a lot more, I think the game will overall be better. But we're probably not going to get that as a pipe dream, so that's okay, I guess. But overall, I like Ghost Frontline 2. I'm still going to play it. I'm still going to enjoy it. Is it a far cry from Ghost Frontline 1? No. I think in terms of quality, Ghost Frontline 2 does have the better quality, but it is significantly less unique than Ghost Frontline 1. And I think that is a big issue as well. Oh, I can kill you. Poor evil monster, just sleeping by his lonesome. Yeah, if you don't know what's going on in CN, or innocent evil monster, yeah, if you don't know what's going on in CN, then this is going to feel like a lot of bullshit. With how poorly the game is paced right now. The reason why I'm okay with it is because I know what's going to happen. But I would say back when I didn't know what was going to happen, as in I was on the CN side just trying to hold out for things to happen. It was a little stressful. I would always say, huh, that event was kind of fun, but, you know, we're still stuck here. It's not doing anything. And literally the same thing is happening right now in Global, so... It's like knowing the ending to a story while no one else does. And that is a little sad, not gonna lie. I missed one. But these are all covered. I missed one, but whatever. It doesn't matter. It'll stay missed. I'm not going back. Just grab that one thing. Why their character events are so bad? So it kind of depends on what the character events you mean, because if you are thinking about Team Teresi and Diane's, those are the rewritten ones, and those basically aren't character events; they're story events in disguise. They have the opposite problem; they don't focus on their characters enough. Imagine if only the story skippers remain. I would wonder why they would play the game. So also on the tweets, they did say that some people said, like one or two, maybe three, they said only Gunsmoke Frontline is what keeps them playing. And I'm like, really? I mean, more power to them for being able to enjoy that, but I hate Gunsmoke Frontline. And that might be because it's like the only piece of content that allows them to get their brain working, which I understand that. I do understand that, truthfully. But it's so monotonous. Yeah, Wawa was pretty good. Macchiato's was pretty good, yeah. It was a Nothing Burger event, but it was, for the Nothing Burger that it was pretty good. The music always hits. The music is pretty good when you're able to hear it. The unfortunate part is that the gameplay goes by so quickly that you don't get to hear the battle music much. I kind of realized that when I actually played the soundtrack in my car while I was driving to work, and I realized Ghost Frontline 2's music is actually pretty good. But you just don't get to hear it. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab it. It's stuck with Luff Fairy Chest. I hated Luff Fairy Chest, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think Jiangyu's came out at a really bad time. She definitely has the worst filler story. Or the worst minor event. Out of all the minor events that we have, hers is easily the worst. Overall, the big issue is just that. Oh, I gotta do these two. I'll do them later. The big issue is that it's a different mindset that they had to swap to. So originally, when they were making the game, they wanted to make character events that focus entirely on the characters and not really the main story. And that was going to be their way of adding content. But they walked that back because no one liked it over on the CN side. It also completely disregarded with the themes of Girls Frontline as well. And how it worked before. They just kind of forgot that they were a sequel. And they have a way of doing things. So ever since then, they've been trying to fix their writing. And I'd say they've done a good job at fixing their writing, but it definitely had a massive opportunity cost. And the other issue is that they just didn't go all the way. They didn't rewrite every single character story. Also, this outfit is amazing. I'm not gonna lie. It really hits me in some areas. Oh, I'll always main Ulrid in Dorm meta. Hell yeah, I did. That's a fantastic skin. I love that in PNC. I'm also happy that she actually has a melee attack for her abilities. It's not actually melee, but it basically is melee. Yeah, the only way that I won't main over it is if they add M82A1, which I don't think they will. Hooray! Commander, is it fine today? Yep, I promise to always listen from now on. Order me however you like. Finally, I can be a proper adult by your side, Commander. Come with me, Commander. I'm gonna drop the news on everyone. Does this mean I'll be able to stay with you forever? Yay, I'm so happy. It's a date then, Commander. We'll share our joys and sorrows from now on. Now for the real wife, the tank. M82A2. Not at the Yandere. Oh, I should note, on the aspect of CN, I am happy that we're finally getting DP12 and her massive fucking knockers. She easily has the largest breast in all of the game, all of the series even. Kind of ridiculous. But I think I'm more excited for what's her name? Fetusa? I think Fetusa or Fetusa. One of those. Really want to know her story. Other than her probably wanting to kill Ulrid. Is it Fantusa? Yeah, it's Fantusa probably. The boob analyst has spoken. Yeah, straight up, this tank should have been like a playable character for the story and make it customizable. They could have done a lot with this. Slow it down with her for donkers. Emo Scarlet wannabe, probably. You know what's funny? In Helen's when you actually pull Helen on the gacha, that animation, it just has her walking and tanking shots easily with no damage, and that literally is because of her breasts. It's also lore accurate, or gameplay accurate, because she actually is. She's like top 3 best tanks in Ghost Line 1. So I really like that animation a lot. I know the recoil of the nuke. I also thought we'd see more of Meiling's drone strikes because of the one fight in tutorial. Apparently that was going to be a thing. That was going to be a thing because that was actually a big feature in the beta. But then they took it out because I actually don't know why they took it out. Something about the game being too hard or something. Is DP12 going to be a good unit? So it kind of depends. people's knee-jerk reaction is that DP12 is going to be bad because she's a bulwark unit and it's a tank, and she's a tank in a game where tanks aren't really that desired. Only for like a few niche situations when the game actually feels hard, or actually is hard, like with the deer, the bullshit deer. But in my personal opinion, just based on what her abilities are, I think she is going to find a use in 5-man teams, not 4-man teams, but definitely 5-man teams, because she can regenerate cooldowns, or she has cooldown reductions on ultimates, and I think that's going to be very desirable. Fuck that deer. Yeah. And I'm also wondering how good her basic attacks are going to be, because she has a lot of passives that actually boost her basic attack. And her base attack is freeze damage. It's not physical damage like how it usually is. So she should be like a better Sabrina. And in my opinion, Sabrina is actually a very awesome tank. The problem with Sabrina is that that's all she does. She just tanks. And yes, DP12 was mentioned in Nikita's event. Yep. He tanks my pulls multiple times. Ha, yeah. Jiangyu's voice reaches my ears before I even enter the training room. She came upon a new manual recently and has been practicing for many days without heed for her personal well-being. It was hardly strange to find her here. What's your opinion? What's your opinion on the cutscene being free with the event? It's good. I think that was the only natural response to all the drama they had recently. They needed to win back some goodwill and some trust with the CN player base. And they also know for sure now that Global is watching closely and what's happening over there on CN side. They'll eventually fall back to trying to get more money. I think what's going to be actually interesting is seeing the revenue for September. Now that everything has died down, I want to see how far the CN side has fallen, and also Global too, but definitely CN. Or if it risen. Because people might have bought more of the Gacha skin. Commander, you're here. Imagine if it went up. There is a timeline where it does go up, and I wouldn't be surprised by that. Like, I'm expecting it to go down, but I would not be surprised if people actually did bought the skin. Because I don't think Jiangyu is going to be a seller on the CN side, because she already came out. So it would pretty much be Lewis sales and the Kukai skin. Like, maybe Lewis sold well. I think Lewis is a very good unit. And she's hot. I think her boobs are big. But I know the CN side was also pretty pissed off that the PNC collab did not have a PNC unit as the bridge, and it was Lewis instead. And in the state that CN is already in, that might have turned people off from just pulling Lewis, especially with how the game itself, it doesn't demand any meta play, to be honest. So you honestly are pulling for favorites. So if they decide to not get Lewis, then that is a massive revenue decrease. We'll have to see though. When isn't CN not mad? They're not mad when they're happy. I guess that's the best way to put it. At the sight of me, Jiangyu's fierce expression turns to a brilliant smile. Come here, look at this new move I've learned. Jiangyu leaps and spins several times in the air. It's hard to follow her movements with the naked eye. I'll only hear the howling wind and friction of clothing against itself. And weren't they happy? When Helen came out, I guess. They're pretty happy about that. Yeah, whoa! She fails to find proper footing as she lands, tumbling even as she tries to balance herself with extended arms. Owie! So that's what you wanted to talk... So, was that what you want to talk to me about? I take 2 steps forward, crouching down and looking at Jiangyu on the floor. Of course not! I just... accidentally... I never had trouble with this before. Alright, I get it. I extend my hand and pat Jiangyu's hair like I usually do. Even the hardest maneuver is easy peasy for you. I comfort Jiangyu, mimicking her usual cheerful tone, but she shakes her head and evades my hand. Seriously, you're speaking to me in that tone again and even patting me on the head. Never mind, sis. You're even doing it too, Commander. I've always been this way with Jiangyu, but she's been uncharacteristically dissatisfied with it recently. I think you're having a second rebellious phase. I think back to the past 2 months, her overwhelming desire to perform and its results. The last time your squad performed, you put in too much force and broke your drumsticks. The broken part even hit Faye over the head, and you had a whole argument over it, didn't you? Well, I got too excited seeing you, Commander. What about the time when you were out on assignment and triggered that explosive by acting on impulse? I just wanted to finish that mission quickly and have you praise me. Who could have known that there was a trap there? Then, last time in the lounge... Before I can list out more of her various crimes, Jiangyu hurriedly interrupts me. Come on, Commander. Don't list them all out like that. It's just because I haven't had any chance to really perform. Well, they say that if you don't have any opportunities, you have to make them. And how do you plan to do that today? You can't have me called here just to watch you fall over, right? I have something very serious to tell you, Commander. Jiangyu's countenance becomes exceptionally grave. I am going on a journey. Huh? I might not be back for a very long time. But I'm already a proper adult. It's time for me to walk the world by myself. I see. Where are you going on the holiday this time? It's not a holiday, it's a spiritual journey. The journey will allow my martial arts to take on a new life. She's ixakaning herself. Jiangyu presses forward and looks at me seriously, in stark contrast to her usual sunny disposition. There's an overwhelming presence in her eyes I've never seen before. You don't treat me like a mature doll at all, do you? You're definitely thinking that I'm acting on impulse because I want to have fun elsewhere, and maybe you're worrying about me, thinking about what will happen if I get into danger. Of course I trust you. When was the last time I ever said no to you? You can go. Just remember to stay in touch. Oh, really? Can I really? I'll be gone for a really, really long time, you know? You can come back whenever you want. Commander! Jiangyu excitedly pulls me into a hug. Her somewhat untidy ponytail brushes past my neck, making my skin somewhat itchy. I try to push her away a little, but she only presses harder. I promise, Commander. When I come back, I'll make you admit yourself that I'm a proper grown-up. Jiangyu stands on her tippy toes, touching my head, just like I do with hers. Jiangyu. I grab her hand before she completely ruins my hair. A real grown-up doesn't do childish stuff like that. Seriously. She disappears from your roster, you had to pull her again. That'd be awful. It can't be that only you're allowed to touch my head, but not the other way around. Jiangyu's expression grows more and more exasperated as I hold into her hand, like a misbehaving child chastised by their parents. I stop messing around with her, trying to open her palm and placing her comms terminal within. Channel permission verified. I've unlocked some permissions for a special channel. You can use it to contact me in case of emergency. It has the highest priority. Eh? She looks at the terminal in her hand, sudden joy in her eyes, and a dissatisfied pout on her mouth. You're still treating me like a child. You're just like sis, always worrying about this and that. She seems to suddenly think of something, and she suddenly stuffs the terminal into her pocket. I'll keep you updated, Commander. Look forward to it, okay? Yeah, sounds exactly like a holiday to me. I watch as Jiangyu takes her leave with a veritable spring in her step, almost hitting her head on the ceiling. Almost hitting her head on the ceiling. I would expect no less from a Metal Gear game. That's funny. Two days have passed. I take a look at my comms terminal. Jiangyu, who often sends upwards of a dozen messages every day, has been oddly quiet in the past 2 days. A Bond story is canon? There's nothing that says it's not canon. But I wouldn't try to place them in the timeline or anything like that. They're just things that happen, and they absolutely can happen with how much time you spend on the Elmo. As far as I know, there is no contradiction anywhere. I take a look at my comms terminal. Oh yeah, I just read that. I want to comment on that too. The dozen messages every day, so she sends more messages than Kai, which is actually pretty impressive. Look, Commander, I'm getting some practice in the desert. Attaches a photo of her in the desert. I made some new friends. Wish you were here, Commander. Attaches a photo of her with a diner gate. Commander, I found a new set of protective gloves. I'll buy a set for you and sis, okay? No, wait, I'm getting a pair for myself too. I can't just have you two be wearing the same thing. When I received that message, I no longer thought she was undergoing any type of training at all. I scroll downwards and check Jiangyu's messages one by one. With her abundance of energy, it's thoroughly abnormal for her to not send a single message in 2 days. Could something have happened to her? Call forcibly connected. Suddenly, the notification sound of an incoming call arrives. Jiangyu's voice comes out on the other end. Commander, She sounds hesitant, as if unsure whether or not her decision to make this call was correct. Turn on your positioning system. I'll be there soon. I haven't even told you what's going on. I can't think of any reason you'd be so quiet for so long other than trouble. Thanks, Commander. The moment I end the call, Diane enters the office room with anxiety all over her face. Commander, it's a distress call from Jiangyu. Get ready, I'll come with you. I stand up, departing with Diane towards Jiangyu's coordinates. Blink 2 times, you're in duress. So, about the assuming up to chapter 5, it has been longer than chapter 5 because you get other dolls that show up past chapter 5. Like, for example, Ulrid. We literally don't have her on global yet. At least not in, she's not on the Elmo team in global yet. It won't be for a while. And that's well beyond chapter 5. So it's best to just say that they're all canon, but you can't really place them in the timeline. They just kind of happen at some point in time. But at least with the Bond stories, you can tell that they do kind of connect to each other. Because in Cinterace's event, she does note, or Cinterace's Affinity story, she does note that the commander buys a lot of rings. And he spends a lot of time with the dolls because the dolls are very needy. And Cinterace does her best to not be needy herself, but she also wants to spend time with the commander. We find Jiangyu sitting in the shadow of a great boulder, treating lacerations on her frame with the bodies of elids she took down all around her. Commander, sis. She looks up at us, her damp eyes making her look quite pitiful. Don't worry, Jiangyu, we'll get you back to the Elmo safely. You really are careless, though, in this kind of place. For once, Jiangyu does not offer any resistance to Jiangyu's incoming exhortations. The sheer damage to her frame must have stripped her of any energy to quarrel. Jiangyu, how does your frame look? It's not that bad, but power is down to 7%. I'm running at 26% capacity. Her tone remains upbeat, but she still subconsciously wraps her arms around her knees. I sit by Jiangyu, pull out my toolbox, and begin maintenance on her frame. Diane takes a position next to me with nary a spoken word, assisting me with a practiced hand. In any case, I'll do some temporary patching up. A precise look will have to wait until we get back to the Elmo. Diane, keep watch over the surroundings. See if there's any elids still about. Leave it to me, Commander. I sigh at the sight of Jiangyu's pitiful state. So, why are you stuck here? I meant to stay here and meditate and practice some new moves. Jiangyu, how many times have I told you? Don't come to places like this by yourself, it's dangerous. I get it, sis, but some things can only be learned in the most extreme places. That's what you said last time, Jiangyu. Last time we performed, you said that only the most extreme of performance methods can produce true music. Then we had to send all of our instruments for repair. And it isn't just the instruments. When you're out in the field, you're always so impetuous, putting yourself on the line at the moment's impulse. Watching as Diane proceeds with no intent of relenting, Jiangyu shakes her head. Look, sis, we're alright now, aren't we? You're both here already, so please just give me a break. You... Tell me, what happened this time? So, while I was practicing here, I was attacked by elids, and that was the time my ammo... And that was the end of my ammo supplies. I'm sure you saw on the way, there's not even a hint of civilization here. Not a single soul for miles around. My power wasn't enough for me to get to the closest town either. It's embarrassing, but I really had no other ideas other than to calling you two up. I surveyed the surroundings. These elites around her would be no problem for her normally. That can't be everything that led to this, right? I can't hide eating from you, Commander. Before I came here, I was doing some martial arts practice in a cave on a mountain roughly 80 kilometers away. Jiangyu smiled somewhat sheepishly. What? And I had to run along a mountain road for 8 hours or that? So she really was taking this whole thing seriously. No wonder you're low on power. Alright, that should do it. You just need a bit of power now. I tidied up my tools, patching a mobile power bank into Jiangyu's charging port. Jiangyu produces tea and snacks she had prepared earlier and passes them to me. I must say, I still have my doubts about the efficacy of this training for dolls, though. Commander, I've grown after my extreme training these few days, really. With this new style I've been practicing, I'll be able to beat the snot out of any elite without any ammo. Jiangyu rises to her feet, balling one hand into a fist and extending a palm with her other, striking at the air with a series of fluid, impressive motions. If that were true, I would not be here with the commander. Jiangyu, don't you do anything like this again. If you hadn't managed to contact us before running out of power, you have been shut down and stuck here all alone. If that happened... Jiangyu claps her hand over her ears. Not everyone's like you, sis, always so prepared, with time to spare for tea. Jiangyu comments as she looks at the cup of tea in my hand. Diane refills my cup, with liquid giving off a gentle aroma. Within Jiangyu's eyes, a certain fiery something ferments. This is called jealousy. Like, this is actual jealousy right now. Just look at the look on her face. Like my punk-ass sister. Sis has been talking to my ear from the beginning of this. And you too, Commander, saying all these half-hearted things, all wrapped up in your little world. With Sis, not even bothering to look at me. It doesn't matter what I do, none of it will even matter. Jiangyu, get angry at me if you really must, but the Commander... I'll just never be as mature, reliable, and gentle as Sis. Jiangyu! Jiangyu only seems to fully realize what she just said after being loudly admonished by Diane. An awkward expression soon takes the place of her fury. Jiangyu looks at Diane with some trepidation. The discomfort spreads further through the air as no one notices the growing chittering nearby. Enough. Diane, Jiangyu, prepare for combat. In but a moment, many elites had gathered around us. Good timing. Watch carefully, sis, Commander. I'm gonna show you how much I've grown. Jiangyu leaps in front of me, taking a deep breath and sinks into the opening posture of Tai Chi. Her hands trace slow circles in the air, then suddenly I hear the crisp sound of her cloud hand slicing through the stillness. Ha! Stay behind me, Commander. I'll protect you. Jiangyu springs forth with her right leg, bolting forward like a loosed arrow, and leaving behind a warning that Diane couldn't get out in time. Wait, Jiangyu, your battery! And then she passed the fuck out. Energy level 5%. Exactly that. Everyone's like, what is that? Jiangyu, let's sit off to the side in the refitting room waiting. The damage to her frame a few days ago was quite severe, and many parts needed to be replaced. Mei has scheduled a checkup for her today. How have the T-Dolls even lived this long? Well, the funny part is that they seem to only act up whenever the commander's around because they want to impress him. How's it looking? Despite my best efforts to not startle her, she still leaps up from her chair at the sound of my voice. Commander! I can't be that scary, can I? I thought it'd be Main Ling seeing me today. The Elmo's control room is having some trouble, and she is currently dealing with it. I'm her replacement. Though, look at Jiangyu's panicked mien, suddenly finding the whole affair rather funny. With how high that jump was, it seems the repairs have been pretty successful. Another look would not be necessary. I'll be off then, since you probably don't want to see me. I feigned departure, turning around. Jiangyu immediately grabs into the corner of my clothing. Wait, Commander! Don't go just yet! A rare embarrassed expression appears on her face. I'm rather confident I can guess why, though. Wait, so you're telling me what knows Shiki-Khan for 10 years does so T-Doll meme is canonically real? Apparently so. Like, the dolls are like extremely hornier when they see the commander now, compared to Girls Frontline 1. Wait, Jiangyu, your battery! Before Diane can finish, Jiangyu falls into forced shutdown mode with no power remaining. But the reason for it is obvious enough, with all the power she expended previously showing off her new moves. The low reserves has already been stretched thin. Diane, deal with what's in front of you. Leave Jiangyu to me. Before Jiangyu is torn apart in her comatose state, I raise my gun and fire at the enemies in front of her. And that's how I was wounded by an eyelid we didn't have time to deal with. I know what you're trying to say, but if you're going to thank anyone, thank Diane. It was her that drafted wounded me and it shut down you back. I wanted to do more than that. I wanted to apologize for the past few days. Your wounds aren't healed yet, are they? If you're going to apologize, Dan could use more of that than me too. I know, since I said all of that. Sis already forgave me though, so it's just you left, Commander. I look into Jiangyu's eyes. Her usual loud and proud self is all but gone, and all I see is a flustered child, thirsting for recognition and forgiveness. I cannot bear to chastise her for any longer. I didn't come here today looking to argue anyways. I already explained to Sis, Commander. I care about Sis more than anyone else. I really get her, and I depend on her too. I went too far last time, but I just lost sight of things in the moment, really. I didn't want to harm Sis, and I don't want you to hate me either. I know. So I'm not going to scold you. If Diane says it's alright, I have no reason to still be angry. Jiangyu sighs with relief, going back to her classic somewhat aggrieved expression, lightly smacking me on the arm. Okay, then it's your turn, Commander. You're in the wrong too. Oh? I subconsciously raise my eyebrows. Her tone only continues to fill with indignation. You're always treating me like a little kid, Commander. Not only that, but you work so well with Sis. You're mentally linked. It makes me a bit angry, like I've been gatekept from something. I want to be treated like a proper adult by you too, Commander. She gets more and more excited as she speaks, but no matter how you look at it, she's a far cry from what she wants to be. A proper adult wouldn't say these sort of things. My curiosity is piqued though. What is it that Jiangyu really wants? I think if you ask Diane, she would say your rebellious phase is already over. But to me, it looks like you're still in it. I still don't understand. Why are you so keen to grow up? Because... The question seems to hit a sensitive spot for Jiangyu as a shade of red fills her face. She struggles to get a full sentence out, a stark contrast to her usual love of filling the room with chatter. Because if I don't grow up... If you don't grow up... I get a little closer to her, trying to get a closer look at her embarrassed face. If I don't grow up, I can't... I can't what? Is that fuck? Is that what that word is? So it's a 4-letter word. So it's either fuck or shit. And I don't think she wants to shit. There's also free or I can't work. I can't flee. I can't. The image wasn't edited. Jork. I can't jerk. I can't suck. I guess we'll know more after this line. If I don't grow up, I can't fuck, okay? Before I'm able to get a good look, Jiangyu blurts out something incomprehensible as if she reached some sort of limit. She pushes me down onto the chair. Jiangyu. I reach out to support my body, staying upright with some effort. Although she didn't actually say fuck. Apparently she's censored. Apparently she has a literal internal censor. She pushes further, pressing down on me, almost sitting down across my body. Are you an idiot, Commander? I look at her, speechless. When did it become her turn to say that? Doctor, turn off my fucking inhibitors. I don't like you any less than Sis does, Commander. No, not just Sis. I never liked you less than anyone does. What are you saying? But to you, Commander, no matter how much I try, how much effort I put in, I'll always just be the little sister or some kid I need to be taken care of. She interrupts me while remaining animated. You don't understand why I want to see how I've grown, Commander. Commander, if you're going to cover me like I'm a little kid again, I'm going to... Perhaps thinking that I was trying to get out, she squeezes down on me with her thighs. All I want to do is get a little closer to her to try to soothe her emotionally. You're going to do what? Huh? My movements surprises Jiangyu a little and suddenly jolts her awake. Realizing distance between us, she only gets more flustered as her face reddens. Have you not made up your mind? I have, okay? I'll prove what a proper lead dog can do. Right here and now! She gestured with her hand, forcing out her half-finished threat from earlier. I can't help but chuckle a little. Commander, you're making fun of me again, like I'm not treating you like a child. I grab her hands as she struggles to find somewhere to place them. Rather, I just thought you were pretty cute just then. I wouldn't let you be like this if you weren't. Jiangyu finally realizes the situation she has put us in. Beat red, she begins to get up. Sorry, Al. As if I suck in a mouthful of cold air, Jiangyu puts her weight back down, carefully questioning me. Does it hurt somewhere, Commander? It's nothing, just a flesh wound. I gestured at my shoulder, the wound I received protecting Jiangyu a few days ago. With the excessive movement just a moment ago, the previous treated wound is now leaking bright red blood. It's just flesh wound, Commander! I'm the doll here. I'm supposed to be the one that gets hurt, not you. Seriously, Commander. It's my fault, not protecting you. Commander! You don't need to be so loud. I can hear you. It's not like I'm dying. Ah, the wound is bleeding! Someone come help! Sis, please help! I try to ask her to not shake me so vigorously, but my vision goes blurry. Before my eyes fully close, Jingyu's concerned and panicked face grows closer and closer. I must do CPR! How many scars Commander has? It depends. He should have a lot. But there could be the possibility that technology is good enough that you can hide scars. this is how Commander dies. Yeah, that was definitely her. I think that might be the most obvious situation where a doll almost went full Yandere. It's funny that is literally in all of the dolls. Commander! The moment the ops room door opens, Jiangyu sprints at me at maximum speed. Seeing no chance to escape, I open my arms, taking her far too passionate embrace head on. Jiangyu. She rubs her head up and down just below my neck, expressing care and intimacy her way without any concern for my comfort. In reality, I haven't spoken to Jiangyu for quite a few days. Jiangyu's been under Diane's strict watch because of the incident with my wound last time. Not allowed to disrupt the commander's work too much, not allowed to have excessive contact. I was going to die of boredom. Good thing all that's done today. Commander, you're better now, right? She bounds and bounces in front of me as if her rebellious phase had ended, returning to her usual jovial self. Well, I'm more interested in whether or not you've gone on any more spiritual journeys. How could I have gone out of my way out to play around myself if you were still wounded? Of course I haven't. I'm not heading out for a while without you either. Looks like she was indeed playing around last time. I thought one of your journeys had done you some good, since you were looking a bit more carefree. You still haven't forgotten about that, Commander. Sis gave me a talking to. I won't be so rash again. And I don't want you hurt. I don't want you to be hurt again either. You're the most important person to me, Commander. I don't want my immaturity to hurt you. So that's what happened. I was thinking you finally gave up those weird obsessions of yours because someone gave you the answer you were asking for. Thinking back to what happened before, Jiangyu's face flushes again. I was happy with your answer before too. I'm not sure if you still remember, but I don't mind saying it again. Whether or not you're mature, no one will think any less of you or condemn you for it. I just don't want to see you forcing yourself. Do what makes you happy, Jiangyu. I pat Jiangyu on the head again. She does not resist this time, instead happily half closing an eye. What were you going to say that you couldn't last time? So you remember, Commander? If I don't grow up, my relationship with you will never change. That's what I wanted to say. What kind of change did you want? Just, the kind adults would have. You know, with a penis and a pussy. After giving me that nebulous answer, she starts to get embarrassed all by herself. At least, I want you to treat me like you treat sis, okay? You mean... I know that I'm a doll and that some of my wishes will never become reality. She wants to get pregnant? Like, wait a minute. Is she just straight up implying that she wants babies? Jiangyu looks somewhat despondent as she finishes that sentence. Jiangyu looking more mature for a moment. But I'm not willing to just always be a little kid that doesn't understand anything, tagging along behind you. Oh, I know what she means now. She just means like growing old with the commander. Basically, that's the thing. I want to move ahead alongside you, Commander. And if Sis is there too, I could be there for you with her, taking care of you. Would you say you're taking some steps forward now? I suppose. It's a small step forward, but I have a long way to go. You just wait and see, Commander. I'll show you what I can do. She can just get old and in pain modules installed. It was 401k. French Ferret, what the hell? Yeah, I see my sister spending a lot of time in your dorm recently. I want the same thing. She looks exhausted every time she leaves your room. Jiangyu does not hesitate to answer me, smiling confidently. I want to be a more mature figure at your side, Commander. Everything else aside, I have faith I'll be the doll that likes you the most, Commander. I'll never lose to anyone else in that. And then Belka and Kuklai did not like that. And that will never change. Jiangyu jumps with happiness, wrapping her arms around my neck. And I know what you think about it now too. So long as I can be with you, Commander, that's all I need. Get in line. Commander, it's me. I'm back. Judging by the situation, with her voice arriving before her person, Jiangyu has just returned from a recently finished assignment. Go to the fitting room and get checked out first. Before I can finish, Jiangyu launches onto my back with her hands around my neck, holding a strange object. It dangles in front of my chest and makes a jingling sound. Guess what souvenirs I brought for you, Commander? Did you go on a mission or a holiday? Jiangyu opens the box in her hand, revealing its diverse contents. A few trinkets and weird shapes and some rare articles of food. Judging from the damage on her, though, she'd probably beeline straight for the ops room instead of getting repaired. Raise me more, Commander. Dylan. I'm not going to say what you just said. She leans towards me with her head. Seeing as I do not raise my hand immediately, she grabs my hand and places it on her head. Alright. You're one of the best to ever do it, Jiangyu. Good job. I rub her head until she shows me a satisfied expression. Do you think doing this is too childish of me, Commander? Every bit of praise I give you is from the bottom of my heart. I knew you would get it, Commander. I figured it out a while ago. Doing a shoddy impression of an adult and being impulsive to try and prove it does not make me mature. I don't know how long it would have taken me if it wasn't for you, Commander. I'm really lucky to be with you, Commander. Though I can't say I really know if I've improved at all. In any case, I'm going to be someone who can stand on my own, but I also want you to depend on me, Commander. As a treat for my efforts, maybe you could come to my room tonight and hear me play. I'm going to get rusty after so long away from the drums. I'm no good at drums. Diane will be a better companion for you. I can ask her to come along if you want, Commander. We'll give you the best surprise you ever had. That's settled then. You better give us your full attention, Commander. With a twinkling light in her eyes, I think I have no reason to refuse. Praise me, praise. Yeah, it's sincere. They have 500 chairs and they all wait their turn. Yeah, I guess Jiangyu is good with threesomes. Who's the next oath? I don't know, actually. I'm gonna do records next, and then we're going to go to Nikke. But as far as who's next... got options. Yeah, these are the three options. There's also Faye. I should get Krolik up too. I'll probably decide between Papasha or Swami. Swami would be more useful. Oh, Faye's not out yet? Okay. Record 1. As a lively and rebellious doll, Type 97 rejected Type 95's offer to leave together after Griffin was restructured in order to be free of her control. She submitted a request to Griffin to remain at her position, but the difficulties that came... Oh, thanks Intrinsic. Yeah, we'll do those two next then. It'll be tomorrow, because I don't have anything lined up for tomorrow, so I guess we'll just do that. Yeah, I have literally nothing tomorrow, so we'll just do those two tomorrow. But the difficulties that came with this quickly crushed the joys that she derived from her freedom. Most of the time, Type 97 was the happy-go-lucky type and paid no heed to any troubles she encountered. Her extremely high self-esteem made it difficult for her to accept the truth that her mission completion rate was decidedly poor, and the freshly made free Type 97 soon fell into a state of melancholy. It wasn't until she benefited from a manual left behind by her sister that Type 97 understood her sister's benevolent intentions. After making up with Type 95, Type 97 formally left Griffin and began journeying at her sister's side. She also took up her old stage name, Jiangyu. Lively and outgoing, Jiangyu's desire to express herself and her active disposition allowed her to light up any room she was in. She was also far more impulsive than Diane, often needing her sister's reasonable counsel. Even though Jiangyu appeared the same as she always was, she learned how to ease up in her relationship with her sister. Her deeply buried reliance on her sister, however, never changed, even as time went on. After experiencing loneliness and tribulation, the present Jiangyu has become more mature, and she would continue to grow on the Elmo. She believed all along that the day when she could stand on her own wasn't far away. Might as well do Perry to Tracy my account as well. I'm gonna actually get them whenever they circle back around. I am gonna make it a goal to get all the dolls in my account, even if I have to spend a little bit. Calm down, that was just an average request. A simple rescue mission. We only need to get in there and free the people trapped within. That's right, I've done this kind of thing with Big Sis countless times. There's nothing to be worried about. Type 97 took a deep breath and grabs the gun in her hand. Calm down. Don't go in without thinking. Just as Type 97 was about to move up, her teammate CZ75 stopped her. Did you not read the intel document? Just going in, well, what's with that tone of hers? Not even Sis talked to me like that. Type 97 pursed her lips, upset. Of course I did. Rather than just stand here and babble like you, I'm going to get in there and get those people out. The T-All Codex. That is the that is the idea. She rushed into the building without any hesitation, undeterred by CZ75's loud cursing behind her. With her intrusion, however, the already semi-collapsed area collapsed further, and Type 97 was also buried deeply within. Was her first independent mission going to end in failure just like this? Type 97 pushed up a fallen rock with her body, finally beginning to doubt herself. She quickly shook her head and purged the thought from her mind. No way. No matter how you looked at it, it was her teammate's fault. If that red piece of work wasn't there to get in the way, maybe everything would have been different. When she encountered CC75 again after she had changed her name back to Jiangyu, she came to understand that CC75's surface level rudeness was a flaw of hers, caused only by her emotional modules. Having both grown in their own right, that unhappy experience was not as difficult to look back on as they remembered. No, it's my teammates who are wrong. As the performance reaches climax, Jiangyu's confidence was pushed onto a whole new level with the audience excitement and thundering applause. She couldn't help but also get riled up, much like the crowd. Huh? Jiangyu crossed her 2 drumsticks together, lighting them on fire, and tossed them into the air. She leaped upwards with a spinning motion, making several full revolutions before making her landing and catching the 2 torches. Jiangyu! Diane's soft calling was buried in the audience's exclamations. She continued playing her goose hand as she looked worriedly at Jiangyu. Hearing her sister's voice, Jiangyu turned around and winked cheekily, grabbing the audience's attention with a flashy display of martial arts that was a secret art she's been practicing for quite some time. She turned towards the crowd, getting into a rhythm with the torches in her hands. The lighting dimmed as the music swelled to its peak, accompanying a wave of surging flames that poured forth from in front of Jiangyu. Spurred on by the crowd's cheering, Jiangyu even played with fireballs after her fire-breathing performance. We have fire breathing? Neat. Unsurprisingly, this performance of theirs was successful like never before. Sis can't go and reprimand me for not practicing on the drums now, right? As the curtains drew to a close, Jiangyu stood proudly on the stage, taking a glance at Diane behind her. After receiving a look of recognition, she raised her head ever so slightly higher. From that day on, Jiangyu, who was weak with instruments and music theory, began to work power of techniques and martial arts into her performance routines. This style unique to her allowed her to truly shine on the stage. So this portion worked out. Use a fire-breathing dragon on the drums. Record 4. Jiangyu intently studied the manual she was holding with one hand and replicated the motion described within with the other. Jiangyu would always become absorbed in training like this whenever she got her hands on a new martial arts manual. She didn't even notice the rooms to her dormitory opening. In fact, she also failed to notice the presence of the person who entered. Even as her hand flew past the room's new arrival several times, she was focused on calculating the force to put into each motion in her neural cloud in silence. I'd have woken up early if I had known. In a flash, the person before her dodged an incoming blow, then caught Jiangyu as she lost her center of gravity. Whoa, I hit someone! Sorry, I got too carried away. Finally realizing that she collided with someone, Jiangyu frantically raised her head to see a familiar face. Huh? It's Xiaohui. What are you doing here? Oh, you're not here to workshop those jokes of yours again, are you? I could do that if I wanted. Xiaohui took a step back, created some distance between them, and produced her comms terminal. She turned the volume up to the maximum and said, I got something a bit more important here though. She cleared her throat and spoke into the terminal. Looks like Jiangyu's too busy with training to take care of herself. Don't worry. I don't think she was ignoring your messages and emails on purpose. Jiangyu got a sinky feeling as she watched Jiangyu bluntly inform the one on the other side of the terminal. Jiangyu, how many times have I told you? Diane's voice immediately came from the terminal. Ah, sis! Weren't you on a really important assignment? Why are you still coming to nag at me? Jiangyu clasped her head with no small amount of anguish. Record 5. Ellipses. As if in silent agreement, the other 3 members of Bantu's squad all fell silent after seeing the arrangements in the lounge. Ta-da! Here's a surprise I prepared for the party tonight. What do you think? It's going to be a blast, right? It certainly does look interesting. Diane hesitated, contemplating how to put her thoughts into words. Heh. Faye appeared to be holding back an impulse of hers, quickly thinking over what to say. This is the 6th party of this month. You sure this is a surprise? Jiangyu briefly inspected the scene, then spoke frankly. Jiangyu, it's not a bad thing to be fond of liveliness, but we cannot make up holidays to have excuses to celebrate. Like this maple syrup festival you say is going on today. There's no such thing in my records. There was gentleness in Diane's eyes, but her words were merciless. Why don't you believe me, sis? It really exists. Okay. I admit it's nothing famous, but I've seen some stuff on my travels. It's real. Jiangyu said. She looked down at her newly prepared bamboo clappers somewhat dejectedly. And I prepared a new shulaibao for this party too. She picked up a clapper as she spoke, and her melancholy vanished as if it was never there. She began to chant rhythmically in a sing-song tone. That isn't a real holiday? Apparently not. Tainted by the Canadians. Short stream then, huh? The event was short, but her whatchamacallit, her Affinity story is actually longer. Which is funny. The Affinity story is longer than the event. Oh, and here be story lit by clapper sounds. Strings by side hall. By side shall accompaniment be. If you just want to perform, I suppose I don't mind. Faye sat down in her predetermined position, seemingly already prepared. I don't mind playing my part. That's what you said the last 5 times, Jiangyu said, even as she sat down. We haven't gotten that much practice in recently. Let's just call it that. You mapled her syrup? I syruped her maple? What are you guys talking about? If everyone's in agreement, Diane intended to speak her mind further on the topic, but ended up thinking better of it. She sat down before her guzheng, a helpless smile on her face. Her instrument's pleasant sound filled the air, and thus the party began in earnest. No more flute or swolna for you, Jiangyu. Come on, I need you to sing shulaibo with me. Don't get ahead of yourself. Jiangyu's brow twitched, but she put down the instrument in her hand to join Jiangyu. The squad's practice only lasted a brief period. Soon, many passing dolls were pulled in, and the atmosphere only became more animated. Wherever Jiangyu went, commotion followed, even if she didn't realize it yet. Record 6. Even without raising my head, I could clearly detect a figure bouncing and skipping into my room. Commander! Jiangyu swayed her head from side to side as if worried I couldn't hear her, trying to grab my attention. Commander! I heard you the first time, Jiangyu. To stop her from getting really out of hand, I pulled myself away from my work. I asked as I passed her a piece of candy. Tell me, what do you want for your reward? Perhaps upset that I was treating her like a child again, Jiangyu's face immediately popped up, but she took the piece of candy and placed it in her mouth nonetheless. I couldn't help but continue teasing her, seeing the expression on her face. A bonus, an outing permission, or vacation, whatever you want. I reached out to pat her head, as her expression only became more amusing. The coexistence of satisfaction and discontent on her face made it impossible for me to hold in my laughter. Do you really not get it, Commander? She grumpily put her hands on her hips and pressed her face closer to mine. How long has it been since you last praised me, Commander? About that. I tried to stall for time, but she continued to approach me with a burning desire in her eyes. Even if she hadn't said anything, I understood how desperately she wanted recognition from me and Diane. You're not doing it on purpose, are you? Jiangyu stepped in further, grabbed me by my clothing. I'm not letting you off easy today. I'm getting what I want. Even as she put the pressure on me with her words, Jiangyu's reddened face betrayed her feelings. Alright, you did well, Jiangyu. I patted her again on the head. A proper reward was necessary sometimes, and she always puts in the effort to deserve it. Her teddy bear. Commander, wanna head out with me? It wasn't the first or second time Jiangyu has snuck out to play. She typically made her way out while Diane was out on an assignment on her own, and I often turned a blind eye to it. This time she came directly to me. Jiangyu bounced back and forth behind me and watched as I fell deep in thought. Sis will only be back tomorrow. Look here, Commander. There's a desert we haven't been to yet. It's in the yellow zone. Let's go together. It's a fucking desert. We're gonna go into the desert besides fight elids. It's a rare day off, and Sis isn't here to talk into my ear. It'd be a shame to just stay on the Elmo. Come on, Commander. The great outdoors awaits. Hurry up and let's go. Tusken Raiders. She pushed me along as she spoke, and that was how I headed off to that faraway desert with her. So that's the long and short of it. Diane having to return early from the mission, and she caught us in the evening on that day. Even though she was reprimanding Jiangyu, I couldn't help but feel like I was being admonished as well. Well, it's not often that we get a day off, and I was there, so I'm sure nothing would have happened. Given that this affair was something between the two sisters, I ought not to get involved too much. However, seeing as I participated in the whole deal, I decided that it was better to give Diana an explanation. LA Raiders. You spoil her too much, Commander, but it's good that she didn't bring you into any trouble. Diane smiled gently at me before turning to Jiangyu. Never mind you sneaking out yourself to mess around. You even dragged the Commander along to such a dangerous place. As Diane poured out her well-meaning advice, Jiangyu sat meekly for once and quietly listened. I get it, sis. Jiangyu lowered her head, but she snuck a look at me with blinking eyes. It was obvious that there would be a next time. If it were possible at all. If it's just a casual outing, I'm confident in my ability to keep the two of us safe. I gave Jiangyu a look in return that conveyed our unspoken agreement. Last record. I encountered a strange smell as I entered the lounge. From my many years of experience on the Elmo, it would seem that the odd aroma was caught by a doll with an incomplete culinary module used in the kitchen. Ah, not like this! I only called out for the name of the perpetrator after I heard a panic yelling out of nowhere. Jiangyu? Commander, what are you doing here? At the sound of my voice, Jiangyu immediately emerged from the kitchen, then quickly hid an object in her hand, being behind her back, as if suddenly remembering something. I got a sinking feeling. I approached Jiangyu and looked into the kitchen behind her. The realm of pandemonium that I was expecting was nowhere in sight, and the plated food looked edible enough. It would appear that Jiangyu was no killer in the kitchen, she just lacked some experience. But if the food's right here, then what's she hiding in her hand? I leaned over to take a peek at the object, gradually identifying it as mine. I'm sorry, Commander. I messed up washing your bed sheets. Let's continue. She finally handed over the unidentified lump in her hands to me, lowering her head in panic. What's with you today? Going from laundry to cooking? I leaned down, trying to observe what might be wrong with her. Do you need to have someone take a look at you? Compared to the usual Jiangyu, who would sneak out to play and mess about whenever the opportunity appeared, this was such a stark departure that I found it hard to comprehend. No, there's nothing wrong with me, Commander. She hurriedly shook her head, looking at me earnestly. I just wanted to reciprocate what you do, Commander. I want to do something to cheer you up. It's just, you always indulge my impulses and even play along with me. I know all about that, so... She stumbled over her words with a reddened face, nothing like the endless chatterbox she usually was. Ah, I see. I nodded, then produced a few tickets to an amusement park that I had prepared previously. What about these then? Should I return them? Well, Commander, I always wanted to go there. The moment she spotted tickets, Jiangyu tossed aside everything that was in her hands. Her brilliant smile soon dimmed, however, as she seemed to remember something. I didn't get these 2 tickets just to see what you look, to see that look on your face. I went to pat Jiangyu on the head like I usually did. I'd rather see you do what you want with a smile on your face than see you all reserved. It's okay to mess around a little more, you know. Commander. Following that sound, I lowered my head and met Jiangyu's eyes, which were wide and full of happiness. I encountered a strange smell as I entered the lounge, and that was the bed sheets. I messed up washing your bed sheets. How do you mess up washing bed sheets? That's why I think it's not her messing up washing her bed sheets. She just messed up. She just intentionally messed up his bed sheets, if you know what I mean. That's what it sounds like to me. We already know she's a Yandere in disguise. Yeah, I like that though. She kind of has like, I think she's on like the same tier. Would I have a smell though? Apparently. I feel like she's on the same tier as Vepley. Because Vepley, she has she records the commander's voice and she uses it to, I think she uses it to sleep. Or something like that. And the commander asked when did he asked Vepley when did she record his voice, and she said that doesn't matter. She wanted to mess them up with Commander, but he wasn't there. But yeah, this is just only making it more and more true. Yeah, it only makes it more and more true that all the dolls have like a little bit of Yandere in them. Just a little bit. At least. Some are really large. But a lot of them just have that trigger. If they're what's the word for it? If they're not compensated for enough. Yeah, if they don't get enough compensation, they'll actually go insane. What Persico wrote was actually true. Like, I'm still waiting for that mini game where it's a horror game, and the commander has to sneak on the ammo while avoiding all the dolls. And if he gets caught, the doll just jumps on top of him, and it's game over. Lunacia versus Persicaria, who wins? Lunacia, because Lunacia just controls more. Maybe if Persicaria can use her own world, if it's like Lunacia was in like inside Magracia, maybe Persicaria has a chance, but Lunacia is just, she's just too silly. You think Commander has a calendar for which each doll he will meet for the day? I'm pretty sure he does. Like, apparently he only gets like 3 hours of sleep a day. Because he's spending so much time with the dolls to ensure that they're happy. Yeah, apparently Jiangyu gives a dozen messages to him per day. And I know Fukai gets him a message per day. I think Belka does too. Belka just literally just takes his time. Whenever she's on the Elmo. She's like attached to his hip. Like, so far as I know, the most behaved one is Groza. But even Groza has her ways. Yeah, I want to see like the top 3 most behaved ones is Groza, Groza, Ulrid, and Springfield. And Springfield is only well behaved because she's really fucking confident that she can just no-diff everyone. UJ is well behaved, but she doesn't want to be well behaved. Like, if QJ was only a little bit taken for granted, I guess, she probably would go a little insane. No, Helen is gonna bust in and say, "Fuck y'all, I'm taking him." I still can't believe one of her abilities is called Glory to Mommies. Who the fuck thought of that? Move aside, casual. It is funny though that Jiangyu just went like literally insane for a moment. Like, she didn't even realize what she was doing, but she legitimately just went insane for just a moment. And she says, "I want to fuck," and then she jumps on him. The funny part is that the commander didn't freak out. So I think he's experienced at that point. He has seen things and felt things. Probably because of Kukai. Kukai and Belka. Honestly, yeah, at this point, he actually does have a league of Yanderes for an army. Which is hilarious. I'm loading up Nikke right now. But just to let you guys know, we are going to do the collab story. Of course, as we do the collab, you guys are free to continue talking about Girls Frontline. I don't mind that at all. But I do actually want to read the story for Nikke. And not skip it this time, because we missed the you pulling these gachas again. I don't have the funds for that right now. I set your harem, Grace. He was trained by Negev. Was Negev? Well, fandom-wise, Negev is super horny. But I think canon-wise, I don't think she was that horny. We just know that she was really conscious about her large breasts, which is why she always wore a suit. I really hope they get Negev in the game. I think Negev would be very popular. But I'm also worried because of what Negev represents. And
Dylan Dupair donated 30.
thanks for the dirty Dylan. I appreciate that. I'm glad that works now. Yeah, that's what I mean, Pokey. I'm worried because of what Negev represents, and if Mika has a pulse on that, they might not add in Negev just to avoid that. Just to avoid that particular backlash. And I agree, that dude. Like, I just wanted Negev because she's fun and she's a good character. Like, out of all the dolls that were in the main story, I would say she showed the most personality for the time she was there. Because I really do want Negev in this game. She's one of my top 3. Before I pull on the thing, I want to go ahead and do it over phone first and get the funds first, because it's actually faster to do it over phone because of the way how it works on PC when you buy stuff. It's really bad. I prefer to buy the currency over phone. They muted the Russian ships. That's interesting. Like, I think the actual Ghost from Line community does not give a shit about Negev representing Israel. Like, the actual Ghost from Line community. It's everyone else. That would be the problem. A crazy minority, but nonetheless, they are still crazy. I might get cancelled. The local Quebec gun. That's the funny part, Pokey. Like, the large majority of Ghost from Line is about navigating politics and war. But unfortunately, people just can't handle that shit. Really sad, not gonna lie. Excuse me. Yeah, I really hate how slow this is. I'm glad I'm doing over phone. I also had the hope that my card doesn't get blocked, because my bank eventually goes, "Whoa, what's all of this stuff? What's this Nikke shit? Let's block the card." All right, you have to call in. Like, what the fuck's a Nikke? Yeah, I don't trust PayPal too much, honestly. Yeah, I prefer to pull straight from the bank. Okay. Yeah, I got them. Let's go ahead and swap. Who is this Dylan? bet the Iris wants a piece of Dylan's donation. That's the funny part. We actually don't get any we don't get taxed for donations anymore because they're now considered tips. So next year, I heard it was an EO, an executive order. All right, I'm swapping games now. Euro, can you confirm or deny that you are not or are not RPK? I cannot confirm or deny that. And end the game. That's the launcher, not the actual game. There we go.
Hope you get a lot of mileage out of it. We're offering great discounts. Don't miss them.
Unless RPK is doing a blackface, well, RPK can take over bodies. So, she is totally down for that.
Come and make a fortune.
Read a monthly political. It should talk about geopolitics, governments, republics, corporations, coalitions, alliances, economies, corruption,
Mileage out of it.
special military operations. That's a lot to talk about.
Come and make a fortune.
So I have a question. What did that meme about Chris Redfield wanting his sister to get pregnant? Where did that come from?
We're offering great discounts. Don't miss them. Come and make a fortune. We're offering great discounts. Don't miss them.
Focus on a Nikke commander. Thanks to an RE5. Was Claire mentioned in RE5? I don't think she was.
I'll give you comprehensive instructions.
Yeah, that's nice. I don't know the origin of it. It's funny as fuck. I just wonder how it all started. Because I don't think it started with Nikke. Playing Yandere 50 times. It's really old. Yeah, because I do know that people thought that Leon and Claire would get together, and then that just didn't happen. And now with... I know Claire had a love interest in one of the bad games, or the OK games. I think it was called... I can't remember the name of it. But basically, it was a Claire-focused game. And there was some dude there, and he was like a piece of shit, but for some reason Claire liked him. Yeah, Code Veronica, that's what it was. What's the name? Steve Burnsides? But yeah, like, he was an actual love interest. But then he died. I wouldn't approve of him. I would not approve of him. Dude, that's a freaking awful name. Steve Burnsides. Claire was down for that? Come on now. Yeah, unfortunately, Leon is too down with Ada. You know, the person who is like not a good person to settle down with. So Claire is kind of left in the dark there. Oh wait. No, we don't want to do that. Oh, yeah. I can't get it here. I actually had to kind of go there. Albert Whiskers. Leon has it bad for all Asian ladies? No, I didn't see that movie. Oh, so basically Leon just has a thing for Asians? That's interesting. Can we see the intro here? Oh no, we can't see the intro here. There's an intro beforehand. Where was it? It's supposed to be like here, where you can just access the opening. So maybe you can't see it? I said we haven't seen Helena Harper for a while. Well, Helena Harper was a dumbass. Like, look, Helena Harper was hot, but she was a dumbass. I did not like her writing even a little bit. Yeah, but she was hot. Oh, you know what? Leon have a thing for Asians actually explains why he was not down to bang Ashley either. Even though Ashley just basically just said, "Hey, you want to fuck?" And Leo's like, "Nah." I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, he was literally like, "Nah." That makes so much sense now. I wouldn't bang my boss's daughter. I mean, look, you spent like, what, 2 nights together? The boss likes you anyways? I would have went for it. Oh shit, is this not voiced? It's not voiced, is it? It's not voiced. Now for our next report. Yeah, it's not voiced. Okay. Alright, narration time. No! No! Over the past few days, a series of missing person cases have been reported across the Ark. The central government has issued an official statement saying that the incidents cannot be classified as serial disappearances. Missing person, Miles Carter. Male, 45, former commander. You're a former commander? You actually got out that soon? I think it was 2 nights though, Pokey. Because of all the times Leon passed out. Last seen leaving his home around 11 p.m. His daughter filed a report with the ACPU 2 days after his disappearance. Notable information: lost his leg during an operation on the surface and has a long history of alcohol abuse. Recently began counseling at the urge of his daughter. Those around him say he has been showing improvement and was 2 months in sobriety. Counseling? Which counseling center? Confirmation required. Meanwhile, the ratchet part discovered at the home of the missing person was said to be debris from a unit destroyed during the recent terrorist attack on the Ark. And the central government has declared that it was unrelated to the current missing persons case. However, some have raised suspicions of a cover-up, fueling ongoing controversy. Would I ever consider playing Resident Evil games on stream? Honestly, I like Resident Evil games. I wouldn't mind playing them. It's just a matter of like, it's not part of like the sphere that I usually play, so I also have to think about, you know, what brings in the chat typically and what brings in the views. So that's why I usually stick with Nikke and Girls Frontline, because those are the 2 surefire things that brings in people. Like for instance, when I did Face Day Night, there was only like 11 people here, which is why I am not like super hype to bring it back, even though it's really fun doing the Fate games. So yeah, it really just depends. But I do like the RE games a lot. I do like playing them. Case number 4. Missing person, Iris Monroe. Female, 68, former nurse. And also rich, apparently. Last seen 10 a.m. around leaving to attend a gathering with acquaintances. At around 7 p.m. on the same day, her son filed a report with the ACPU. Authorities visited her residence immediately after the report was filled, but it was empty. Preliminary findings at the scene suggest the entire family has gone missing. A pill nurse? Case classified as a family disappearance. Notable information. No signs of forced entry. A ratchet part was found in the basement. A gathering with acquaintances, unable to verify details. The ratchet part was placed on some kind of altar, but for what purpose? What about the MGS games? Same deal. I love the MGS games. In fact, they're one of my favorite series. I think the main thing about the MGS games is that they're kind of played up at this point. Like, everyone knows about them. So I wouldn't really be saying anything new as I play through them. I guess we could, like, talk about it. Like, just talk about it while we play. But, yeah, I'm not sure if it's good stream material outside of just the novelty of it and the fact that people like them. I say the Resident Evil games are more interesting to stream overall. Conspiracy theory suggesting that the groundwork is being laid for a second Ark terror attack, fueling widespread anxiety among the general populace. Case number 8. Missing person. Alceria 9. Female, 42. Psychological counselor. Oh, Collab RE5. I'm also wait for the remake then. That's coming out. Exact time of disappearance unknown. Reported missing to the ACPU by her last client. Notable information. Operated a counseling center. Confirmed to be the same center where Miles Carter underwent counseling. Has a daughter named Depara. No contact with the daughter as of yet. Also missing? Why did the daughter fail to report her mother's disappearance? This is no good. Holly puts the pen down. Holly's eyes shift from the case file to the computer monitor beside her. At the partition leading to the outer rim, a young girl glances around, then slips inside. The face of the girl catcher on the CCTV was Depara. It was unmistakably Depara, as identified in the file for case number 8. Speaking of Metal Gear, the realization that Big Boss is the same VA as Pearl Krabs on SpongeBob. Really? Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. This is the only lead we got. Can't afford to lose this trail now. Right, can't afford to lose this trail at all. Holly grabs a sidearm. I hope it's nothing serious. She sets off from the police station. Case number 9. Missing person, Holly. ACPU investigator. Went missing during the investigation. Confirmed last seen heading for the outer rim. All signs point to her pursuing Depara alone. Notable information. Confirmed to have visited the counseling center operated by Alceria 9 on the day of her disappearance. The center is currently decommissioned. Entry is not permitted. Recently, a phrase has been reported to be circulating among the staff. Umbrella will pave the way forward for us. Now, I do think I actually do need to play other games besides Nikke and Ghost Frontline. On stream. Not necessarily for videos, but definitely on stream. If only because I should think about expanding. Because Nikke is kind of set in stone on his player base. I'm not playing TMS. I want to play a TMS, but I'm not playing TMS. And I say Ghost Frontline overall is getting smaller, and is only going to get smaller until probably Deep Oblivion, and then it'll reach a fine median. Love in D space. That would be kind of fun to stream, I won't lie. Right on time. Take a seat. I heard a D-Wave was detected. Yes. It was 2 weeks ago. A D-Wave triggered by an entity code named Gatekeeper was picked up. 2 weeks ago, you said? Why wasn't I notified immediately? We had to confirm a few things. Horizon Walker. I don't think I can stream that. Yeah. I don't think I can stream that. The D-Wave wasn't detected on the surface this time. It was from inside the Ark. We're presently picking up D-Wave signals from a mansion located in the Outer Rim. If we move too hastily, there's a risk of the D-Wave being exposed to external parties. This could reignite tensions with the Outer Rim, especially since the dust is only just settled from the last Outer Rim incident. As such, the central government has decided to handle this case with extreme caution. Which brings me to my point. Have you ever heard of the Torch of Salvation? The Torch of Salvation? I heard it before when I was working a case with that girl Tapara searched for her mother. Aren't they the cult that worships raptors as gods? It seems you're well informed. Take a look at this. Still waiting for his Teleblade stream. You know what? That's true. You know, that's actually very true. You got me on that. There is still Stellar Blade. I literally have the game right now on my computer. I just haven't played it yet. I mean, I've already played it on PS5, but I didn't stream it on the PC yet. So maybe I can get it on Sunday after we do the Affinity stories. Anderson has me a document. The document reads: Human life falls into oblivion, throwing the world into turmoil. New life has been created, a cruel distortion of all things sacred. Merciless judges descend from the skies. I want to stream a mod zone, don't worry about that. Oh, Assassin 33. You know what? I totally, not gonna lie, I totally forgot about that game. And it's weird because I actually love the gameplay of that, and I really like the story. So yeah, that's another game I had to go into as well. And yeah, someone said it before, but yeah, it doesn't have to be gacha games to play on stream. I can totally play single player games, especially since I don't really have the time to do it during the weekday because I'm busy making videos or working. Do not resist with thy feeble human strength. The end is nigh, God. Guide these foolish mortals to their reckoning. Is this a prayer? Where did... We recovered this near the mansion where the D-Wave was detected. It's supposedly a prayer recited at the Torch of Salvation's gatherings. And also, that mansion has been identified as a gathering site for the Torch of Salvation. We shouldn't go charging in head first, unless we want to complete fiasco in our hands. The most reliable method is to infiltrate their ranks by posing as a believer. That's why we spent the past 2 weeks gathering all available intel on the Torch of Salvation. Intel that will be used to help you infiltrate undercover. What? Your task is simple. Memorize the materials we've compiled. Disguise yourself as a believer, Paradise, of the Torch of Salvation. Then enter the mansion and investigate the situation regarding the D-Wave. While you're there, resolve any related incidents you encounter. So you want me to go undercover? I heard a lot about your infiltration skills. Word is, you use that skill to close the book on several major cases. We count on you to put those skills to good use once more. Just so you know, the Countess won't be accompanying you on this mission. Moving around the outer rim with such prominent individuals poses too great of a risk. Instead, we arrange a separate support group. Return to the commander's room. You'll meet them there. They'll brief you on the remaining mission details. Deputy Chief, are you saying that'll be all? I have a very important meeting to attend. Well then, I look forward to hearing the good news from you. You know, Resident Evil gets very Mission Impossible, so it fits. He said to meet them back at the commander's room, but it's awfully quiet in here. Guess I'll sit and wait. I sink into the couch, and everything Anderson just told me comes flooding back. The D-Wave, the Outer Rim, the mansion, and the Torch of Salvation. Never thought I'd hear that name again. A memory of something I saw on the surface hits me abruptly. A small altar in the middle of a clearing, and a blade of unknown purpose. People lying around as if they're asleep. Operation Raccoon City? Is that the first-person shooter one? The rail shooter? Each of them holding a ratchet part in their hands. I realize I've been entrusted with a mission far greater than I anticipated. My mind is racing. Maybe a splash of water would help me clear my mind. The sound of a running faucet can be heard from the bathroom. Did I forget to turn off the water? If Raffy finds out, she'll freak out. Huh? Oh, then I haven't played Operation Raccoon City then. Yeah, I played the rail shooter. My nose burns. I glance at the mirror and see blood flowing. Just like the people I saw near the altar back then. Blood fills the sink. Aren't you being a bit dramatic? I thought you'd be used to this by now. Oh. What the? Hey, you okay? The blood that filled the sink has completely vanished. I glance back into the mirror again. D and K are standing behind me. Yeah, I'm fine. So, you all are the backup Anderson was talking about? We'll wait outside. Put yourself together and come out when you're ready. As missing persons reports continue to pour in, the central government has stated it will take firm action against those who spread false information. After watching my face, I step out and see the news is on. Dee is leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Kay is sprawled out on the couch. They're watching the news, both with grim expressions. These days, all you hear on TVs are stories about people going missing. Pulls out pretty out of nowhere. That's great. Glad to hear that. I didn't have that kind of luck, unfortunately. I had to go all the way to hard pity. Well, not hard pity, but like 10 before hard pity. So 70 pulls. I was told to get the mission details directly from both of you. Read that first. We'll talk after. V tosses a stack of documents onto the table, then glances back at the news broadcast. Looks like I won't get a word out of her until I finish the entire pile. At the very top of the stack of documents, it reads, Missing person, Miles Carter. Guess I'll take a look. You're a fast reader. Now, tell me, what exactly is happening in the arc? Yeah, so now you have a full electric team, and you're ready for Leva, who is going to round out everything. And hopefully Lena comes right after Leva. And then you'll have the optimal team. As the question hangs in the air, my eyes remain fixed on the last page of the document. I call it good luck, yeah, especially with Jiangyu. V1 Jiangyu is actually pretty good. V2 is optimal. Case number 9. Missing person, Foley. The central government's trying to keep it hush-hush. But, as you just seen, there's been a string of disappearances inside the Ark. The missing persons are all different. Ages, genders, and backgrounds. One of them is even a Nikke. At first glance, there doesn't seem to be any obvious link between them. Case slides a document towards me. Case number 8. Missing person. Azuria 9. Noble information. It's a daughter named Depara. According to such government records, Depara's mother, Elsaria 9, was involved with a cult named Torch Salvation. So I posed around the counseling center she ran. It turns out every single missing person is somehow connected to that place. For example, this guy. You know what? Today is my cheat day. I haven't told you guys, have I? I'm on a diet. It's a no meat diet. And it's been going very well. I'm trying to lose weight. Since I'm so overweight, and I actually want to get skinny. But today is my cheat day. So maybe I'll get wings too. Because you just maybe think about it. No, cheat days are freaking cool. So no, the whole thing about this is that I don't want it. The cheat is that I eat meat today. Because the whole thing about it is that, like, I don't want to completely delete meat out of my diet. I just want it more as a luxury. So the idea is just that I just only have meat on one day. Then get some chicken. Yeah, chicken wings. That's why I was like, oh, that's actually a good idea. Chicken wings. Or salmon. Yeah, salmon's fine too, but, you know, chicken wing sounds good. Miles Carter. Turns out he was going there for counseling. $10 for the idea. Iris Monroe used to work there as a nurse. Not only that, that's enough. You don't have to spell everything out. If you say so. Anyway, here's the bottom line. Everyone is missing is tied to Asteria 9. Which brings us to the problem. She's part of the cult that worships the Ratchers. So here's where the D-Wave is coming from. The first person to go missing, Miles Carter, vanished 2 weeks ago. I can get grilled chicken wings, that's fine. Alright, Hero, have you seen DP12? Who hasn't seen DP12 at this point? Especially, her costume and her skin animations. I said costume for some reason. Her skin animations. Like, I think she just straight up kisses the commander in her dorm animation. I'm pretty sure that's a kiss. And then she gets on top of him. I don't think I've seen any T-doll do that except for literally Jiangyu, and Jiangyu pussied out. I think the hairstyle that Helen has is there for a reason. I'll put it that way. It's there for a reason. I still think it's hot too. Strangely enough, we picked up the D-Wave comment from the Outer Rim 2 weeks ago as well. Right after the mansion where the Torch of Salvation holds his gatherings. Something about this reeks. Would you agree? So the missing persons case, the D-Wave, and the Torch of Salvation. There's a chance they're all connected? That's right. This mission's a lot more complex than the last. We got to figure out why the D-Wave is being detected from the mansion. Get to the bottom of how it ties into the disappearances. Verify the identities of all the missing. And on top of everything else, rescue them if possible. Naturally, if we uncover anything else felonious from the Torch of Salvation while we're at it, we'll have to decide whether or not to eliminate them. Simple enough? So, the Torch Salvation's our target this time around, huh? That's what we're told. As usual, you and Dee will handle the infiltration. Just pose as a married couple who have been brainwashed by the cult and attend one of their gatherings. And what you'll be doing. I'll go solo again this time. I got a bad feeling about something. So I want to look into it first. Alright. Now that you've been briefed on the mission, start by memorizing what's been written here. Dee tosses another stack of documents into the table, and then turns back to the news podcast. Once again, it seems you won't say another word until I've read through everything. Just from skimming through, it looks like this is the backstory for the couple we're supposed to play. You want me to memorize all of this? I want to handle some stuff. Let's give this a roll. In the name of justice. Fantusa, I'm actually more interested in than Helen, to be honest. They're husband and wife. Both of them come from the quotidian class. For those who don't know, the quotidian class is basically the rich class. It's the rich. And have been living fairly uneventful life in the Ark. Annette works as a nurse. On the other hand, her husband... speaking of which alias should I use this time? William. William, I believe you should be able to come up with something on your own. Sorry, go on. Well, well, well. Her husband, William, is a researcher at the pharmaceutical company. Despite the couple's busy schedule, they never forget to shower each other with attention. Everyone around them speaks highly of how happy their marriage seems. You're home. You must have had a long day. Yeah, you too. You must have had a long day yourself, darling. Not at all. Oh, what's that, honey? These? They're, the flowers are absolutely beautiful. Oh, right, the flowers. I thought of you on the way home, so I picked them up. Thank you. She loves nothing more than the flowers from her husband. That part of the script never seemed to change, no matter what role I play. Honey? It's nothing. Making a reference to William Birkin. Yeah, probably. It probably is an RE reference. But it's still funny as shit. Dude all seems very SF design. Yeah, it definitely seems very SF design. And Ferrari actually took a closer look and he's pretty sure that he saw the SF logo on her breast. It's hard to see from that angle, but he's pretty sure the SF logo is on there. I don't want to put any stock into that because we don't see the whole thing, but she may act as an introduction of bringing SF back into the story. And one day, calamity befalls the couple. A medical accident occurs at Williams Pharmaceutical Company. All the blame is pinned entirely on poor William. The couple suddenly becomes buried in debt, and their idyllic life collapses overnight. Despite this, Annette never blames William. Instead, "That's alright. What happened wasn't your fault, honey. It's the world that's gone crazy. Don't worry. The judges will be sent from above to guide everyone towards the end." Hehe. They begin to blame the world for turning its back on them. Soon the couple becomes devoted to the tour to salvation. With their fate deepened, the couple decided to attend a gathering purportedly being held at a certain mansion. Thus, they quietly head to the Outer Rim. It's hard to imagine new SF units since SF long shut down, only its patent designs are spread out to other companies. Yeah, so here's what I think about that. When the commander actually recognized SF equipment in the early chapters, so it's very clear to me that their factories are still there. They're still being used. And it's still being, what's the word I'm looking for? It's still being claimed by SF. So it's more than likely that the SF production facilities are still a thing. And their emblems are still on there. They're just under direct control of the URNC. That's what I think it is. I think the SF ringleaders are fine, to be honest. I don't think they've been destroyed or dismantled. They're probably just under really strict supervision. Unless, you know, like, they saw the news that, hey, the commander terrorists now, and they just all rebelled, and now they're just racing towards the commander. We'll have to see what happens there. They even bring a bouquet of flowers, hoping to be welcomed as initiates into the faith. The residential area near the mansion is eerily quiet. It's rather unsettling. It's like there's no one around at all. Only pages filled with prayer scripts are scattered about. There's no sign of life anywhere. When Kay and I were digging around, this area was crawling with cultists. But now, darling, let's start by checking out the area. Given the situation, I think we can drop the act. Dee and I split up to look around. While there are signs someone was living there recently, the place itself is completely empty. The only thing worth noting is some sort of graffiti has been scrawled all over the walls. Doing commission work? SF doing commission work? I'm not sure about that. They seem... I feel like they're too valuable to have running around. Is that an umbrella? Why would someone draw something like that here? Does it mean anything? I stare at the umbrella graffiti for a while, but it offers no answers. I turn my head and see the mansion looming in the distance. For the moment I saw it, the mansion felt like it didn't belong in the Outer Rim. What's a perfectly intact mansion doing in the Outer Rim, you ask? Beats me. A strange rumor has been spreading in the Outer Rim. Locals warn others to not go near the mansion. Stay far away from the mansion unless you want misfortune to come your way. Maybe that's why it's still so intact. This place gives me the creeps. Maybe I should head to where Dee is. I'm pretty sure I saw her heading that way earlier. I think having an SF green leaders are operating in a clandestine manner, but with Griffin, that is still ours covering for them. But because Perska could ask for them to be handed to her. Possibly? I don't know though. The big thing is that URNC has been keeping a tight leash. And as far as I know, at the end of Ghost Frontline 1, the URNC did actually lock away any special units, special T-dolls. So anything Paradox related, like Tarius, at least according to her letter, she was locked away. So I assume that something similar happened to SF. E, you here? Sorry. I didn't realize you were changing. I am slipping to something that would be easier to move around in. No point in pretending that we're a couple at this point. So, did you see anything? I noticed some strange graffiti down all over the place. But other than that, nothing unusual. That's not what she was asking. Nothing out of the ordinary? That makes all this even more suspicious. I hear the door opening behind me. Yeah, changed back into her usual outfit. Doesn't look like there's anything else to learn here. Let's head to the mansion. With any luck, we might find some sort of lead there. Target located. Hi, Hottie. Keep up your end of the bargain. Now do the same. I guess the thing is, it's just that I don't know why if SF had freedom within the URNC, I can't see them just sticking around. The URNC is kind of everything that they hated about humanity. Mansion's heavily guarded. There's no way to sneak in. The only way we can get inside without causing a scene is by reciting this prayer to prove we are believers. Memorize all this from the top to bottom, and don't even think about complaining. I spent the whole night memorizing everything, just as Dee told me to. Unfortunately, I never got to use what I memorized. Contrary to what Dee told me previously, getting to the mansion ended up being extremely easy. Especially since there wasn't even any security. Much like the residential district, the mansion is deserted. That might persuade the commanders to go after her and not his baby bear Claire. I wonder how the other ringleaders would really function without a mastermind, because the only one who could really do anything independently was Architect. Well, once they were pulled into Griffin, the commander let them do whatever they want. And they all pretty much chose to follow the commander. Yeah, Gager and Architect are basically best friends. Aside from the ominous creaking in the floorboards under my feet, absolutely nothing else could be heard. Like, this place is empty too. Yeah, Agent is acting leader. Like, she would be the acting leader for SF, for the SF ringleaders. But she was always one to just basically relay what was above her. Because she's a maid through and through. Like, I'm pretty sure her and Centeracy actually have some sort of hidden rivalry, I want to say. Unless that was a meme. But I want to say Agent and Centeracy had some sort of hidden rivalry. Kay and I scoped out the mansion surroundings only 2 days ago. What the hell happened between then and now? Did they catch wind of us snooping around? Hey, Dee? What if that was so? Dee? It seems whatever I'm saying now is not getting through to Dee. I leave Dee to her thoughts and start surveying the lobby. In the center of the lobby, I sat carefully past a shadowed chandelier and spotted a half-destroyed statue of a goddess. Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure. The moment I approached the creepy statue, I noticed a long trail of red stain stretching down the hallway. You might want to see this. The trail of blood leads straight into the dining room. What a mess. You say that again. The dining room is in complete disarray, with rotten food scattered everywhere. Yet the foul stench lingering in the air was not coming from spoiled food. It was coming from somewhere else instead. I'll go check it out on my own. No, let's go together. The blood trail winds past the dining table, stopping at a shelf in the corner. And at the end of the trail, there's a corpse. The body has been horribly mangled. The blood hasn't even dried yet. It's clear this just happened. What in the world is going on here? I think the agent and Century Survivor just fan stuff. Okay, that feels bad. True. Suddenly, I feel something cold press into my back. Lower your weapon. Especially don't do anything foolish. That is, if you want to keep him alive. Identify yourself. FBI. Well, I suppose you wouldn't know what that is. Sorry, but who I am is classified. Here's a friendly tip, though. Stop asking questions to get out of here while you still can. Miranda, are you alright? Huh? Yes, of course. I was just doing my usual firearms check. At this hour? The workday's over. The ACPU works for our citizens around the clock. How was that? Did it sound cool? Not really. I don't think that's something you should be saying in this situation. That so? Cherish your gun like you would a loved one. What about that? This doesn't quite fit the situation either. Oh, really? Then, darn, this isn't good. I'm officially out of excuses. Hang on. You're not planning on waiting until I'm off duty and then heading to the Outer Rim, are you? Oh! The boss already told us. Since there's no way HQ is ever going to authorize investigation, we've been told to stand by for now. But you're still investigating, aren't you, Query? Well... Query quickly shuts the file folder she's carrying. The document she was reading is labeled Case Number 9. I can't sit by and do nothing. I'm sorry, but I have to head out to the Outer Rim to find Polly. But we be to find orders. Fine by me. I got used to filling out this disappearing reports. 10 pages. I mean, 6 pages. No, 3 pages. I can fill that out in my sleep. I think we'd be in for more than discipline reports. Oh, even better! Didn't want to have to write one at all. No, what I'm saying is... Besides, Polly would have done the same for us. Corey turns to the whiteboard placed in the corner of the police station. Her vision is too blurry to make out what's written on it. But the photo of Polly pinned at the center of the board stood out perfectly clear to her. Alright, I'm off. Miranda. Yes? I'm coming with you. So, what's the first course of action? Are you asking me? It's just you and me, so who else would I be asking? And no more jumping out of the shadows like last time, okay? It all just scares me to death when you do. So what you're telling me is you came out of here with no plan. Well, this is where a police signal was last detected. Why don't we start by searching around this area? You know, the thing that always gets me about Query is just her pose during the scenes. It's like her skirt is way too short, so her ass is just a full-on invitation for anyone. Also, is it just me, or does this place feel kind of creepy? There isn't a soul around. You would rock her attire. Hey, do you see that? There's a mansion over there. Let's check it out. You see, Nixon, 2 competitive maids wouldn't make it a clean place. It'll be a mess. Asking for back shots. This is the ACPU. We're coming in. Miranda yanks open the front doors and strides confidently through. We really shouldn't be barging in like this, Miranda. As the front door opened, a courtyard came into view. What's that? In Query's hazy field of vision, 3 furry shapes appear. Bully? No. Huh? That's not Polly! Run! Oh, there's the back shots right there. The zombie dogs are like, let's fucking go! Woof woof. The dogs lunge towards them, their eyes glow a sinister red as if infected by something. Where do they come from? Just as the largest one opens its jaws, women appear from behind. One of them fires a launcher into the air, causing the dogs to flee into the distance. You okay? Thanks a bunch. But who are you? I should be asking you the same thing. What the hell is this place, and who are you people? Make the master's life a mess. Took a 40mm to the video. That sounds fun. Not the 40mm thing, but I mean the maid game you're talking about. Hold the door. You gotta keep him out. Okay. Damn, another mansion? Am I caught in a nightmare? Ow! Don't worry. I just pinched my cheek, and it definitely hurt. That means this is no nightmare. If you're still not convinced, I can pinch your cheek too, if you like. That's so thoughtful, I'm tearing up. You're most welcome. Can we save the banter for later? Thanks a bunch. This is the third time this week that's happened. Ugh. The violently shaking door finally stops. Phew. I think they're all gone now. I thought the gunfire scared them off, but they brought friends instead. If we arrived any later, things could have been a disaster. Yeah, that was too close for comfort. Anyways, now that things have calmed down, let's get some proper introductions going. I'm Claire Redfield. I'm Query from the ACPU. Thanks for your help. And this here is... I'm Miranda, also from the ACPU. The ACPU? That's right! We're the police, safeguarding citizen safety. That's what the ACPU does. So you're both police officers. Then... have you heard of a man called Chris? He's my brother. He works for the Raccoon City Police Department. I haven't been able to reach him, so I've been looking for him. The Raccoon City Police Department? I'm not too sure. Have you heard of that, Query? No, this is my first time hearing about that. Same goes for this man, Chris. I see. It's a pity. I guess at least my introduction. Chris is busy blocking the commander to come in his sister. Yeah. And you are... Your name's Jill. Jill Valentine. Claire and Jill. Got it. Yes? How exactly you two end up here? Well... I realize how crazy this probably sounds. But I'm curious about that myself. Oh? I was at a chopper getting evacuated from Raccoon City when everything went blurry. Okay, so this is literally right after RE3 then. Like, literally, like at the ending, where she flies off from Raccoon City in RE3. Next thing I knew, I was here. It explains the outfit too. Huh? You too? I tried to escape Raccoon City when everything was started going blurry too. End of RE2. She got nuked. Before I knew it, I saw the two of them getting attacked. I just reacted and sprang into action. What the hell happened to us? Yeah, RE2 and RE3 happen at the same time. Or roughly the same time. I want to be sandwiched by Jill. So to sum things up, neither of you have heard of the Arc or the Outer Rim? And you're never seen Nikke's fractures either? Nope. And on our end, we never heard of this Raccoon City you say you escaped from. And it's the first time you've heard of we heard of Stars, the unit Jill belongs to. I'm sorry. And the first time we heard of Stars, the unit Jill belongs to. This is bizarre. It feels like I'm in a dream. A dream, you say? The offer to pinch you, your cheek is still open. Thanks, but no thanks. I really wish Claire was an SSR. Because the way she's built now as an SR, one is already bad to be an SR. That's already a death sentence. but her kit is pitiful. It's like she wasn't meant to be used at all, to be honest. She's just there a trophy. She's just there to be a trophy. Oh, we're talking about I'm not sure how that came up, but you saying that Chris and Jill banging. Honestly, I always wondered why they didn't go to Pound Town with each other. And I think it's really just a matter of Chris being not necessarily asexual, but it's like he just doesn't he doesn't have a loving bone in his body. In the fan lore? I never heard of the fan lore. Just too busy pounding boulders. Chris sees her too much as a best friend, despite Jill being willing, but Chris is too dense. Oh, so the official word is that Jill is actually willing, but Chris is a musclehead, basically. Because I didn't know Jill was willing. Oh, it's fanfiction lore. Okay, so it's headcanon. So we don't have an explanation. I never really saw them as having romantic thoughts. Same here. They just seem like really good partners. And really close partners with a lot of trust. But of course, the question always comes down to, well, if they're that close, how come that bridge was never crossed, right? That's just curiosity. Me personally, I don't care that much about it. But it is curious, you know? Because, come on. Look at Jill. Like, come on. You know? Like, come on! I think it is something deeper than love. That doesn't turn off smashing, though. That just means they're soulmates. If you change your mind, just say the word. Sure thing. Actually, there is one more thing. If you never heard of Raccoon City, I'm guessing Umbrella Corporation doesn't ring a bell either? Umbrella? I figured as much. Those dogs you're attacked by seem to be infected by a virus. Jill probably has Carlos. Doesn't Carlos only appear in one game and that's it? That made me think Umbrella might be up to no good here as well. It's impossible to say for certain. But one thing is clear, something definitely going on. So, Curry and Miranda, what brings you to this mansion? I doubt a pair of cops would be coming to an old mansion like this just for a social call. Is that the case? Well... Yep, that's right. We're here to find a colleague of ours who's gone missing. Her name is Polly. A missing colleague? Yeah, she was conducting an investigation and went missing around this area. I hope it's not I want to go back home to my own world storyline. The mini collabs have that. I mean, what else are they gonna do? They're gonna stick around here? I'm gonna say here is probably worse than the Resident Evil world, I'm not gonna lie. Well, sitting in the Ark, I guess, is totally cool. They can sit in the Ark and be totally fine, but they'll get bored. Nice, got him. Well, you both are free to go. With the police disappearance and those dogs from earlier, I'd say it's rather dangerous, so we can escort you somewhere safer. You said Raccoon City, right? I'll check with my boss around this place, so don't you worry. What about you two? We still need to find Polly. You couldn't even handle those dogs earlier. That's because... It's fine. We'll stay in to help you look for your friend Polly. Besides, by investigating this mansion, we might find out how we ended up here. There's gotta be a connection. I heard the Assassin's Creed collab worked out extremely well in Reverse 1999. Makes sense to me. This is dangerous. We should stick together. I appreciate your help. I have no idea how we went up here, but why don't we kick off the investigation from here? First off, where... It looks like we're in the annex. It says so here on this emergency exit map. Miranda points to a bulletin board on the wall. On the bulletin board, there's an emergency exit map, as well as... Looks like this annex is used as a dorm. A dorm schedule? What kind of screwed up rule is that? What do you mean by ignore any child you hear calling for help? Well, that's the dorm rules and regulations. And... Isn't this... I noticed a stand with an umbrella-shaped logo was posted up. Informed consent form of clinical trial. While I appreciate the free advice and your ass, the fact you're telling me to stop asking questions and leave tells me you know what's going on around here. Who knows? What do you think? I feel a gun barrel pressed against the back of my neck. Whether or not you know, I just hope you're on our side. Sure, I'm on your side. As long as you turn around and walk out of this mansion without a fuss. So, what's it going to be? I stare at the corpse. The upper half has been savagely torn apart. No gun or blade could have caused that. This means something other than this woman was responsible. Something like a savage beast, maybe a wolf of some kind. Or something like that Ratcher I just saw climbing through the window. Wait, Ratcher? Am I the one who saw that? Don't even think about distracting me with strange comments. Gunfire? This way. Ugh. As if on cue, Dee grabs me by the collar. And races her axe to the woman's throat. You okay? Thanks for that. Next little sore. Lower your weapon. Don't do anything foolish. You're pretty good. But are you really bringing an axe to a gun party? Want to see who's faster? Even with the axe blade resting against her throat, the woman remains utterly unperturbed. Instead, she merely flashes a calm and confident smile. It's the same for Dee. Even with the gun pointed at her head, she remains as composed as ever. At this rate... Wait! Hey! My name is Takumi. I'm here to investigate a missing persons case. I have reason to believe the Torch of Salvation might be involved. A missing persons case? What about it? I don't know why you're here, but we could be after the same thing here. Maybe we can... Glass shatters as something bursts through the window. On one fractured leg is the upper body of a mass-produced Nikke, used to some thing. The hell is that? Grrrr! I've all had it with these interruptions. Follow me. And don't even think about using that gun. Unless you want more of those things showing up. The wrist woman disappears into the lobby. D. Let's follow her. Dud 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 dud. Dud dud dud. The sound fades away. We fled from the creature, making it up to the second floor of the mansion. Perhaps the stairs are too narrow, as it doesn't seem to follow us up here. What is that? A monstrous fusion of a rapture and a mass-produced Nikke. Even at a glance, it's clear that the two were forcefully stitched together. The hell's appearance of that thing was a nightmare fuel. Suddenly, the woman reaches her hand out to me. What do you think you're doing? The woman ignores the axe pointed at her gently and bluntly dresses my back. I must be trying to pat him on the back. See? I don't have a weapon in hand. With a calm smile, she raises both hands slightly. Name's Ada. I got out of Raccoon City, but then everything went blurry. The next thing I know, this mansion appears, so I was investigating the area. Raccoon City? You haven't given me your name, by the way. It's D. That's it? Just D? Yes. D puts the axe away. Okay, fair enough. D. Easy to pronounce, I suppose. But honestly, don't you think your story has holes in it? You say everything went blurry, and then there's this mansion appears before you. What does that even mean? I'm telling you, that's exactly what happened. My vision blurred, and this mansion just appeared. So you're saying... How many times do I need to say it? My vision blurred, and then... Ada. So... You either have no clear memory of the circumstances that led you to this mansion, or you essentially blacked out, and then you found yourself here, almost as if you've been teleported. Is that how you feel? Both explanations pretty much sum up how I feel. How did you know that? and knew it. She's a human from another world, brought here by the D-Wave. I have a few guesses as to what happened to you. I explained to Ada what the D-Wave is in detail. So what you're saying is, something called a D-Wave swept me up and dropped me into another world? And if I want to go back, we need to wake up something called the Gatekeeper? That covers it, yeah? Are you even allowed to share all this information with me? What if I'm playing you in order to get intel? You're even quick to reveal your name and intentions. Are you being way too kind, Takumi? Or are you just that naive? What if I'm the enemy? If you meant to kill me, you would have done it at this moment, the moment we met. What if I'm just gathering intel while your guard is down, then plan to kill you after? Dee has my back. She'll figure something out. Figure something out. You must really trust her if you're willing to bet your life like that. You seem awfully calm about this, don't you think? You've been teleported to a strange world, and you just saw a nightmarish monster, yet you didn't even flinch. Heh. You're not wrong. Let's just say we're both a bit odd then. At any rate, this clearly isn't the world that I know. Correct. Then, why is there evidence of Umbrella Corporation here too? Ada points into the distance. In a space littered with long benches. An altar with a ratchet core resting atop it stands at the far end. And strewn across the altar are sheets of paper marked with the umbrella symbol. I like how Nikke just assumes you know what the fuck umbrella is. Like, yeah, you're all gamers, you know what Resident Evil is. Evar's experiment reports. Top secret. Those are the words written at the top of the paper Ada is holding. Ada's face darkens as she reads through the document. The umbrella symbol that on that piece of paper. You seem to recognize it. What's this Umbrella Corporation you mentioned? The T virus. And the G virus. Viruses? They're the names of viruses that spread throughout my world. The same viruses that drove Raccoon City towards utter destruction. What kind of viruses would cause something like that? But simply, they're viruses that can rewrite the genetic structure of living beings. They reduce intelligence and induce aggression. Those infected turn into mere living corpses. On top of that, the physical abilities are greatly enhanced. An Umbrella is the one to make these viruses? Yes. Umbrella uses the viruses for bioweapon development. Like that creature we saw on the first floor. A creature that seemed like a fusion between a Ratcher and a mass-reduced Nikke. Wait, don't tell me! The situation is worse than I thought. The T-Doll virus? Oh yeah, for sure. If Umbrella ever got their hands on Nikke technology, they would abuse the fuck out of that. Ada hands me another piece of paper. A short paragraph is scrawled across the top of in red ink. He who imbibes the holy elixir of the judge shall shed the flesh of the sinner and be reborn as a greater being. Pain is but a prelude to transformation, and death the echo of new birth. Fear not. Neo-virus development complete. Lead the foolish humans inside the Ark to their end. Just as I thought, the virus was developed here. And now, what happened in Raccoon City is about to happen here as well. Takumi, I'm reporting this to higher ups. We had to seal out the outer rim immediately, or else there's a chance the virus could spread. And if needed, we'll mobilize the Blaze Out squad. Blaze Out? Think of them as ARC's epidemic countermeasures squad. Without another word, Dee moves to the far corner of the room. She appears to be attempting to establish radio contact. My head is spinning from all the new information I've been bombarded with. So, now that your girlfriend's out of earshot, would you mind having a little chat, just the two of us? About what? I'll give you whatever intel you need. But if you find out the person who developed the Neo virus, hand over custody to them to me. That's all I'm asking for in exchange for my cooperation. You want me to just hand over the developer to you? You don't need to worry. I won't harm them. So, what's your answer? That info better be worth something. I'll take that as a yes. Ada reaches to her coat and... Coat? Okay. Ada reaches into her coat and pulls out an old, worn notebook. What's that? Some quality reading material you should check out. It's a cult leader's journal. I open it carefully, revealing the following text inside. Death is not the end. Death is purification. The purification of this world begins with death. The merciless judge descends. How much is there left? Oh, we're pretty close. Informed consent formed for the clinical trial. Number 1. Goal. To identify those worthy of salvation on the day of judgment. Number 2. Procedure. Participants shall receive the holy elixir of the judge through a purification ritual. The ritual will span 7 days and cannot be halted or abandoned midway. During this period, bodily reactions and transformations will be observed to determine the subject's eligibility for salvation. 3. Possible phenomena and side effects. High fever, vomiting, dizziness, visual and auditory hallucinations. Temporary or permanent bodily mutations. All phenomena are deemed divine trials and cannot be defied by a mortal intervention. I hereby acknowledge that I have clearly understood the information stated above, and give my voluntary consent to participate in this trial. I humbly accept all outcomes arising during the process as the will of the divine. Signed by Miranda. Date? What day is it today? Forget the date. The real question is, why are you signing that? Oh! Because the signature was left blank. Huh? Yeah, about that. Miranda's a fucking retard. I'm sorry. She often forgets to sign her patrol logs. So Polly hammered it in her head to sign her name if the signature field is blank. Yep, Polly taught me that. Hold on, Polly? There's no time for this. We gotta find Polly. Resume investigation. Miranda rushes into the annex. Despite how she is, I can assure you that she's a capable officer. Should we head in as well? Hold on a second. There's something I need to check. Jill, look at this symbol. It's an umbrella, isn't it? First had infected dog attack, and now this. Not to mention the contents of the consent form. It seems like... Yeah, seems to me that umbrella is behind this somehow. There is something that results in physical mutations. And this holy elixir of the judge might be another virus developed by them. So Umbrella even has her filthy tendrils in this place. Sorry to interrupt, but you keep mentioning this Umbrella Corporation. Would you mind explaining exactly what that is? If there's any chance it's connected to Poli's disappearance, I should know about it. Umbrella presents itself as a pharmaceutical company, but in reality, they repeatedly carry out illegal human experiments. They developed a virus that alters the human body and induces madness. What's that? I think it came from deep inside the annex? I'll go check it out. I'll inform you if something comes up. Corey, you and Claire stay here. In the deep recesses of the annex is a storeroom. If I recall, the paraplegic virus was to make something akin to like a shell for Lunacia or something. Umbrella researchers bioweapon. Though its main goal is immortality and understand humanity that Spencer wanted. Yeah. Yeah, the point of the paraplegic virus was to make an Ogus. Was to implant the Ogus system into a vessel that would be able to, yeah, more or less make a shell for Lunacia. It is cluttered with miscellaneous junk, and in each corner of the room, a statue has been oddly placed. Meanwhile, in the middle of the room, Miranda lies half buried beneath a pile of books. It appears there have been a botched attempt to reach a book from the top shelf. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What happened? There is something tucked in this book. So I tried pulling it out and ended up falling over. I guess this is what I was trying to get. Miranda hands Jill a worn-out note. The note reads, "The prophet greets the judge. The merciless judge punishes the sinner. The sinner kneels beneath the false goddess, and the false goddess stares down the prophet in silence. The deceitful gaze invites ruin. Only the true gaze shall open the path." It's like some kind of riddle. Where'd you say you found this? Hold on, you see that, Jill? There's a lever beneath the statue. I'll try pulling it. Wait, it could be a trap. Miranda pulls the lever between the statue of the goddess of victory towards the left. The statue turns and faces the statue to its left. Whoa! The statue moved! This lever must control the statue somehow. Hold on a minute. A statue of the goddess of victory. A statue of a hooded disciple. A statue of a menacing rapture. A statue of an ordinary man and woman. Each statue had a lever beneath it. All these statues can be rotated. Maybe the direction of statues are facing is connected to this riddle you found. Miranda, don't touch anything. We haven't fully figured out the puzzle yet. I didn't move an inch. It moved on its own. I meant the ceiling. The ceiling? The ceiling begins to cave in. Ah! The deceitful gaze invites ruin. The statue of the goddess faces the statue of the ordinary man and woman. Did we trigger a trap by turning the statue wrong way? Miranda, quick! Pull the lever to the other way! Turn the face of the disciple statue. You got it. Miranda pulls the lever of the statue of the goddess of victory to the right. The goddess statue rotates to face the statue on the right. As the goddess looks upon the disciple statue, the ceiling halts its descent. We almost end up being sandwiches. Fucking Dylan. Good timing, I guess. Very funny. The lever you pulled last made the ceiling stop. Does that mean this is the true gaze? Then the disciple must represent the prophet. The goddess statue represents the false goddess. That leaves a judge in the center. Typically, sin is represented by humans. What should we do now, Jill? The prophet greets the judge. Miranda, could you flip this lever in front of the disciple statue and make it face the statue that the four-legged machine? Then next, Miranda manipulates the levers according to Jill's instructions. Thus, the statue of the disciple faces the statue of the rapture. The statue of the rapture faces the statue of the man and woman. The statue of the man and woman faces the goddess statue. And the goddess statue, in turn, faces the disciple statue. This should have been a natural minigame, by the way. Is it done? Yes, for now. I'm not entirely sure this is the true gaze. Oh man, the last thing I want is to get squashed by this ceiling and turn into a sandwich. You and me both. Did you hear that? I'm pretty sure it came from near the bookshelf. The bookshelf begins to slowly slide to the side. Soon, a hidden passage is revealed behind it. Last one. At the end of the secret passage, a tense and alert Miranda and Jill come upon a laboratory. Unlike the mansion's decrepit exterior, the lab is equipped with a surprisingly modern equipment. However, oh my! The curses stone throughout make it clear that the research being conducted was far from ordinary. All these bodies! Shattered, oversized incubation tubes fill the room, from which various courses with unnaturally developed muscles protrude. All the bodies are completely torn to shreds. Jill averts her eyes from the horrifying sight. In an area lined with multiple computer terminals, documents bearing Umbrella Corporation's logo are scattered everywhere. Damn it, even here. Cough, cough. Miranda, we got a survivor over here. Lead us. What'd you say? Jill brought her ear closer to the researcher collapsed to the ground. Human life falls into oblivion, throwing the world into turmoil. New life has been created, a cruel distortion of all things sacred. Merciless judges descend from the skies. Do not resist with thy feeble human strength. The end is nigh. God, guide these foolish mortals to their reckoning. The end, these foolish mortals, distortion of all things sacred, throwing the world into turmoil. End is nigh. Do not resist. Merciless judges descend from the skies. Do not resist. God, guide us, our reckoning. The researcher collapses, blood gushing from his mouth. A gaping hole had been torn through the center of his torso. It's as if something had forced its way out from within. So that's how things are unfolded in Raccoon City. Is that the flattest? What do you mean flattest event we have in Nikke in a while? Oh, you mean the shortest one? No, there's a part 2. All because of a virus. An entire city was wiped out. Family, friends, loved ones, all gone. Anyway, we can't let the same thing happen here. We need to investigate this area. Leave no stone unturned. I'm also worried about your colleague. went missing. It seems Miranda and Jill went all the way inside. Why don't we start our search here? Okay, let's do that. After that, Claire and Corey began checking the nearby rooms one by one. The pair discovers, when they arrived at the third room, is this? Under the bed lies a weathered notebook. When Claire picks it up, a singular photograph falls out. It seems to be a photo of a mother and daughter. They seem to have had a close relationship. Having trouble seeing it? Want to take a closer look? Claire holds the photo closer to Query. The faded faces of the mother and daughter begin to come into focus. Huh. It's Oseria 9 and Depara from case number 8. Depara? Reborn Evil, to be continued. Early C safe house. I knew something felt off. Mission code 71 declassified. The Ark and a proposal for humanity's salvation. Within the insular society of the Ark, the activities of Perilous Siege proved remarkably effective. All traces of evil within the Ark were soon eradicated. However, evil is a darker side of the coin which must exist for justice to persist. Therefore, a proposal to maintain justice and oversee Perilous Siege has been drafted. The following is the tentative proposal. Number 2. Formation of pro-Ratchet Radical Group. Public awareness of Ratchers continues to decline. The attached survey suggests this is due to the fact ordinary citizens rarely encounter Ratchers personally. Therefore, pro-Rapture radical groups are to receive clandestine support. This is intended to foment hostility towards Ratchers among the general public. So he has a hand in this too? X. Don't know who the fuck X is, but it's nice to know that we're getting some Nikke lore in the collab. X gonna give it to you. Yeah, I'm thinking X might be someone super high up in the government. It might even be what was his name? It's probably not him. Oswald, yeah. It's probably not Oswald. I'm about X in K's event. I skipped K's event. Let me see. No, it's not here yet. Is it Mr. X, the tyrant? But now we have Nikke lore in a collab. It's actually a good thing that's the case. Because the main problem with the collabs is that they're all nothing burgers. And the one good thing about the Nikke events recently is that they've all had like some sort of of value, either in pushing the main story in some ways, or closing character arcs, or just adding on some more lore, important-ish lore. Like the summer event, which is usually just like TNA, it was actually really important this year. It was actually like probably like the most important event of this year so far, because that actually affects the main story, the summer event, which is wild. Dylan, if you're there, do you know if Ada's actually good or not? Because if Ada's not good, I'm not pulling for her. My shit's way too limited right now. And then right around the corner we have the yeah, Ada. Yeah, right around the corner we have the anniversary coming up, which will have way better units. Because I want to say Ada is a side grade to Summer Anise. She's a support. Yeah, I got like the free collab pulls. But if I'm never going to use the unit, I don't care if they're limited or not. And I heard Jill's is not going to be good either, just based on what people calculated. So it's not just a meta mindset, it's more of this, okay? If I pull... So here's an example. My favorite Nikke in all of Nikke is Mary. And so I pulled on Summer Mary, and I used her for raids, and she's just not good. I just have her as a trophy, but I never had to select her for anything. She's hot.
Since you barely have any clothes on, it'll make giving a physical exam much simpler.
She sounds hot as fuck. Some very sexy dialogue. But I never use her. That's a good looking trophy. But yeah, I never use her. So why am I going to spend hard-earned currency and potentially money for something I'm not going to use in the game? And Nikke is very meta-driven. Like, the reason why I got this Gacha skin is because Crown is super fucking meta, you know? So that means I can always see this skin in the actual game. It's going to be the same thing for D. She's literally like second best support in the game, third best support in the game, top 3 for sure. So I can always see this in the game. If the game's difficulty or combat, I should say, wasn't so meta-driven, then I can see you pulling for like trophy wives and stuff like that, but this isn't really the game for that. You know, there's no finessing, you know? At the end of the day, it's the stats that really matter, and the abilities. I feel the Aria characters are just trophies if you're a big fan of Aria series, but never got the Aria for the Goon though. Yeah, I will admit, using the Resident Evil as a collab was definitely a choice. It's a better choice than Chainsaw Man though. Chainsaw Man was the weirdest choice for sure. RE is much better in that case. So far, I think their best collab has been Stellar Blade, but that makes a lot of sense. It's the same company. But they really need to back off of Evangelion. They did 2 of those. They don't need to do a 3rd. Nier was alright. Nier was really fitting. But I think story-wise, it's kind of eh. Collab with Bible Black. I think in terms of like Goonable, still gotta do 3rd impact. I hope not. I think in terms of like Goonable collabs, I want to see something like High School DxD or Fire Force. I think Fire Force would be fantastic. Now the dream is that they collab with Ghost Frontline. Yeah, I'm willing to die on that hill. I think that'd be fantastic. Nukitachi would be great, yeah. High School of the Dead. I think that one's a little too crazy, I'm not gonna lie. But they got options. I think Resident Evil is serious enough that it can work, for sure. But I think it is a mismatch. Like, I don't see Resident Evil players actually playing this game. You know what I mean? Like, they really should work on a Ghost Frontline Nikke collab. So, Limbus Company and Arknights already broke bread with each other. They're already doing a collab with each other. So, and those are 2 gacha games collabing with each other. Different companies. I think Ghost Frontline and Nikke collabing would be fantastic. I really hope we get that down the line. I'll die on that hill for sure. Yeah, I think it'll work out very well. Like both gacha games get like 3 characters on both sides. Like Nikke will probably get 3 characters that like that would make the Nikke crowd really horny, which honestly that's actually all of them. But honestly, we got a huge list that they can use. But I imagine one of them would probably... Oh wait, I just realized. I just remembered. I actually just remembered. It can happen. I just remembered it can't happen with the way how because of the master love scenario. Like, okay, maybe it can happen with the way how they basically banned the commander from raising up any collab character. Realistically, be the most popular dolls, so Klukai and Springfield. It's like Klukai, Springfield, and probably one other. And Raymond would be the enemy. So Klukai, Springfield, and Diane, probably. Actually, Diane's not popular anymore. Like I was saying, I don't think it can work that I seriously thought about it, because imagine the commanders were basically raising the other side, and that would cause like a huge commotion between communities. Unless Klukai, Springfield, and Leva just did like a total rejection of the Nikke commander. like just total rejection. Hi, Macchiato, Leva, Lena, Springfield. Yeah, that'll probably be the top 5 dolls. It would depend on the rankings on the CN side, because I know they did a recent ranking, but I didn't see the end result of that. I just know that Klukai was like severely high. Your PP is too small. And then on the Girls Front Line side, what? We probably would. You know, it'd be fun if Red Hood was there, since Red Hood is dead anyways. Like, we just get Red Hood as a collab character. RPK, Alva, and Void Masna. Of course you would, Dylan. Like, it would be my 3 favorites. Just trade the OG squads of each game. I already seen that because her gun's almost an MT81. That's nice. But I'm mostly just saying that because Red Hood is actually dead and not part of the story anymore for Nikke. So you can't risk up a dead woman. So the thing with Ghost Frontline with the OG squad is that there's more than 3, so you still have to pick. Oh, the OG squad for Nikke is these 3. Rappy, Anise. She wouldn't wear this though, but yeah, Anise, and where's Neon? Neon's at the bottom because I don't have her SSR version. That's just bad. Where's Neon? There she is. Anything but Neon. I honestly don't think they would do the AR team. Especially if we don't have the AR team yet. Yeah, Red Hood getting isekai in the Ghost Frontline world would actually be kind of cool. Yeah, Neon was she got obliterated for SSR version. Like, her summer outfit is really hot. Like, they cooked very hard on her summer outfit, but she's so fucking bad in gameplay. Like, holy shit. They buffed her, like they actually buffed her, and she was still bad. SF dolls? But then that means it's the same issue as the AR team. Although this one is more reasonable. We're a niece bias, true. Yeah, if they do 3 on each side, honestly, I think it had to be 2. To be honest, just with the way how the Ghost Frontline banners work, they would probably have to do 2 instead. You know, for a part 1 and a part 2. While with Nikke, we can manage with 2, but they would probably add an SSR, or not an SSR, but an SR. So 2 SSRs and 1 SR, like how they usually do. So basically a throwaway unit and then 2 really good units. So if we think of it that way, Ghost Frontline, the 2 units they would probably get, the easiest answer is the OG squad. So you just do Rappy and Anise. But I don't know. Like I said, the whole thing with the potential cucking of each other is kind of rough. Also, we don't even know how Ghost Frontline 2 handles collabs yet. Like, yeah, they did PNC, but PNC doesn't fucking count. Ada not worth pulling meta-wise. And I heard Jill's gonna be bad. Do you know if Jill is actually bad or if people just did a knee-jerk reaction? Because I know people was doing what you call it? They did calculations already, and they said Jill's gonna be mid as fuck. Oh, like hamburger and tacos. That sounds awesome, by the way. Man, I need to go eat some meat at some point. No commanders don't want to thank them. Could do that, but man, that'd be so weird because they're actually very different characters. Both commanders are very different from each other. I would also say, unironically, the Nikke commander is having a much happier time than the Ghost Frontline commander. Where is that channel? Here it is. Yeah, so no calculators have been done. Let's just double check that. Oh, Jill is going to be good, but you have to do Gamer Alice things. So by Gamer Alice, I mean that you have to spam click her weapon because of the way how she's built. So Jill is actually going to be good, but you actually have to try hard with her. And maybe use macros. Now, is it going to be meta? I'm not sure. I don't see calculators on that. The female commander, and she starts a family with the Nikke commander. What? Are we Chris Redfield now? Also, wouldn't Kalina be pissed? It doesn't matter which gender we are. Kalina wants a commander. She's an AR though? Yes, but she has a forced reload mechanic on her special, or her ultimate, whatever you want to call it, her burst, where she goes down to 1 ammo and you have to do a forced reload, but her reload speed is at 99%. So you have to spam click her to constantly fire over and over again to basically skip her reload animation. Gotta keep the commander bloodline going somehow. But yeah, let me see if she, if I can actually show this or not. Or is it still just Ada? You know what, she's probably in the Wikipedia. I don't think I can burst in the training mode. There's really not much difference between these two outfits for the collab, to be honest. I'm not sure this is worth buying. Like, there was a very clear difference in her own game between these two outfits, but in this game, not really. It's kind of feels like whatever. This one, though, yeah.
It's not just the virus that's dangerous. Human greed is just as deadly.
Wait, this is a battle pass? I thought this would be a Gacha skin. Well, alright. Oh, I just saw it. No, that's a lot, actually. Wait, there's actually more jiggle on her default. That's weird. There's more jiggle on her default. What the fuck? That's insane. Oh, they might have messed up there. This is best skin though. I mean, at least he's probably repping pistols, but it's count as an AR. Pretty funny. Whole different pistol to shooting range. Yeah, I noticed that too. I mean, I was focused on the jiggle, but I forgot we're Ghost Frontline. Gotta focus on the gun.
I'll give you comprehensive instructions.
I'm glad y'all have priorities. He's big gun. But alright, I am going to order food. So I'm going to end a stream. That's a good one. Tomorrow it is, oh yeah, and thanks for the aid for getting me the skin, Dylan. I appreciate that. Tomorrow we'll do the Affinity stories for Papasha and Swami, and afterwards maybe not Stellar Blade. It depends on how much time it takes to do both of those. Alright, so I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. You guys take care.